Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were shipped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblack.ancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you not indigenous. Fuck how they painted the Indians. You went to war with the French and the British. And quite frankly, you was kings, Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them. And this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you for tuning in for yet another great live stream. We got a lot of heavy-handed receipts we're going to bring from the back to the front, but before we do, we got to get the likes up. Smash the like button, share the broadcast. Shout out to everybody watching on TikTok. Shout out to everybody watching on YouTube. We are now simultaneously streaming to both platforms. And for those folks watching on TikTok who maybe catch a live stream late or, want to catch a replay, you can go to my YouTube channel, Mike TV, and catch all of these live streams over there. Now, while we wait for some people to pile in and start smashing the like button, first and foremost, I got to urge you guys to check out my website, nativeblack.ancestry.com. I've got a lot of historical resources. You can also book a one-on-one genealogy consultation with me if you need personalized guidance with your journey of discovery. We've got this tribal surnames tab where you can see if your family's last name aligns with any of the surnames adopted by the 5 civilized tribes. It's a common misconception that we get our last names from slave masters. Often we have ancestors who were never enslaved, so where's your last name come from? Definitely check out that tribal surname tab. We also have a book list of all of my primary resources. These are like sources that are, very hard to come by. Sometimes these books you can't even buy in the US. You got to import them from overseas, et cetera, et cetera. And I do update this book list weekly. We just added Judah P. Benjamin, the Jewish Confederate. Yeah, we be getting into it, y'all. We be getting into it. I've also got a digital archive, over 600 documents, family photos, newspaper clippings, book excerpts, Black Indian obituaries, you name it. All citing our indigeneity. You can download these to your phone, to your computer, share them on social media. We've got a few different tabs in the digital archive. Who's an Indian, who's a Negro? That's a essay that was written in I think the 1970s. It's about how Virginia Indians were reclassified as Negro during the World War II draft. Oh, yeah. Let's talk about it now. Who is Indian? Who's a Negro? Virginia Indians in the World War II draft. And another tab we have in the digital archive, ex-slave interviews. I actually just uploaded 4 more ex-slave interviews. Spence Johnson is a really, really riveting firsthand account of Black Indians born free, kidnapped, trafficked to Louisiana, and sold as slaves. So I know a lot of us hear about the paper genocide. A lot of us hear about indigenous people being captured, enslaved, forced into bondage on their own land. But this is a firsthand account from an ex-Choctaw Black Indian slave, trafficked to Shreveport. And we've got many, many other firsthand accounts from ex-slaves as well. A few others, Black Indians also. So definitely make sure to check out the digital archive. Again, a lot of historical resources over here at nativeblack.ancestry.com. Make sure to tap in, guys. Now, what we're going to do is jam out to some music for a minute or two while we wait for the TikTok folks to get the likes where they need to be. Let's get the likes to 2,000 likes on TikTok. I'm sure we can do that expeditiously. As soon as we get the likes to 2,000, we'll go ahead and get this party started.
They don't want us to be who we're supposed to be, but we are who we are, and that's the way that it's going to be. They don't want you seeking for the truth, and it's hard to find it hidden right in front of you. And they're showing fight through every struggle. Never ever let them put you in a bubble. And the brimstone will rain from our fire. Tell me if that is what you desire. Control, control, control. Control, control, control. They want control of me. And they want control over me. Over me. We'll keep on.
All right, over on TikTok, we just hit 1,000 likes. We just need 1,000 more likes, and we will officially begin tonight's presentation.
Surviving, keep on surviving. They keep on fighting us down, but we'll keep on surviving. Keep on surviving. It's going through the ground.
And guys, when you go to nativeblackancestry.com, you can actually download a free copy of my ebook, Reclassified, The Hidden History of Black Indians in the Southeast from Indian to Negro. So definitely make sure to check out the website, nativeblackancestry.com.
We'll keep on surviving. Keep on surviving. They keep on fighting us out.
That same bullet killed a mumba. That same bullet stole Fred Hampton's thunder. That same bullet put Sam Cooke 6 feet under. That same bullet took Medgar Evers out. Bobby, another Kennedy, split the nation of Islam up for the enemies. That same bullet traumatized would-be men, turned would-be revolutionaries into Barbie and Ken. That saw Peter in a heater. We lost so many leaders. Many niggas turned automatons, afraid to get shot down like Malcolm X in the Autobahn. That same bullet took so much young black potential just because they're black. They're perceived as a threat and containing that power in a premature death. Some just walk down the street, some for resisting arrest, some at home in their bed, some just for taking a breath or for daring to dream or for having success. This construct is tricky, it was made for a few. If you don't hold your peace, they'll come after you too. That same bullet is for population control, and we'll all have to face that dark night of the soul. If you gonna walk with your soul, if you haven't been told, you're gonna have to have faith. It's calculated and cold. That same bullet tries to control the appeal of men like Huey Newton, his man Bobby Seale. That same bullet even shot at Bob Marley for preaching one love is a single authority. And that bullet doesn't have to be literal. They'll try to take a man down just for being political. Assassinate character with the click of their thumbs like a gun to make the people go deaf, blind, and dumb. So overcome that we content with the crumbs. I keep reminding my sons that's how business gets done. And reminding my daughters to watch for verbal assassins. Should they decide not to cash and they like puppets, they control the strings, levers, and pulleys. And if seduction don't work, then they'll be back to bullying.
Control, 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 control. They want control of me, and they want control over me. Control, 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 control. They want control of me, and they want control over me. We'll keep on surviving. Keep on surviving. They keep on fighting us down, but we'll keep on surviving. Keep on surviving.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have hit our goal for likes over here on TikTok, so we will officially begin tonight's presentation. Tonight, I really want to discuss papal bulls, dem diversas, and things surrounding those religious edicts. So if there's anybody that's not well-researched on those subjects, have no fear. We're going to take a deep dive. Without further ado, let's get into the receipts, y'all. Let's get into the receipts.
The books we read in school often report complete fallacies about history, sometimes by mistake, but often by design. We have always been taught that among the ways the Indians were subdued into catastrophe was due to the diseases brought by Europeans. Of those diseases, one mentioned most commonly is smallpox. However, according to several modern and ancient forensic geneticists and anthropologists, the real cause was never smallpox. The real disease Europeans brought to the Americas was salmonella, which is a literal horse of a different color.
Oh, you know what? I almost forgot, guys. I almost forgot. Let me switch this around. We've got a little bit of a prompt prepared for you this evening. Not a whole lot of questions in the prompt, like some of the prompts you've seen me do in the past, but let me see if I can get this pulled up here, guys. Give me just a moment. We got to make this so that TikTok and YouTube can see it nice and clear. Let's see what we can do here. Let's see. Let's see. All right. Here we go. Where's that prompt? Here we go. So, guys, you can answer this prompt in the comment section, or you can request to join as a guest. If you're watching on YouTube, you have to come over here on TikTok in order to be able to join as a guest. But tonight's prompt says, Latinos, natives, and Africans are having an identity crisis. Not us. Agree, disagree, call in. So, guys, you know what to do. Let me know what you think about that. Let me make sure this prompt is visible on the screen so that as people come into the broadcast, they know what the subject is this evening. There we go. We got that lined up. Let's throw that right there. And let's minimize that. Bam. Okay, we're all set up on the TikTok now. We're good to go, y'all. We are good to go. Let's go ahead and pick up where we left off, shall we?
These studies were conducted from the ruins of the Aztec Empire, and specimens taken by several teams of scientists have concluded that salmonella was behind the deaths of over 80% of the indigenous population. Europeans lived in close proximity with animals, sharing the same food and sleeping in the same quarters. Salmonella is a consequence of cross-contamination. Animal to human intracellular pathogens that Europeans were quite immune, yet proved to be fatal to Indians. The outbreak, once contracted by the Indians, was a death sentence and also extremely contagious. The feral epidemic transferred from Europe was zoological in nature. In a realm of spirits, they were the beasts who sought to destroy, kill, and conquer by any depraved.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we already got somebody requesting to join. Warrior Human, go ahead, unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind. Warrior Human going once. Warrior Human going twice.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, go for it.
Perfect. Okay. All these little videos you're showing and all the things it's talking about are not congruent with scientific facts.
Can you be specific?
Cite your sources besides.
Okay, slow down, because you're getting ahead of yourself. When you say this little video, ma'am, we're watching a documentary. The documentary just started, actually. I don't know what issue you have with the documentary, but be specific and let us know what points has he brought up that you disagree with. Go ahead, unmute yourself. Shout out to the transporter. Go ahead, unmute yourself. Come on. You know how to unmute yourself.
Okay, you don't have to be rude. But anyway, they were talking about
Salmonella.
That people got sick
from salmonella
because they all lived close proximity, the whites, the natives, and the blacks. The reason why Native Americans got sick in the beginning is because the white Europeans never took a bath because they didn't know how to take a bath in the river. And that's a statistical fact. And it's documented in the NAR archives why that.
Okay, ma'am, you said statistical fact. You said it's documented in the archives. Let's be specific. What date are you talking about? What era are you saying that indigenous people had European contact with Europeans that didn't bathe and then they got diseases? And why do you refuse to acknowledge that all this documentary brought up so far was that they brought salmonella? I don't know what issue you have with the filmmaker saying that Europeans brought salmonella. I don't know if you disagree with that, but what's the issue here?
Well, the issue is you're being rude and you keep interrupting me, and I'm trying to tell.
Ma'am, this is my show. You requested to speak to
keep
me,
muting-
not the
Young
other way
man, I'm
around.
trying to educate
Oh,
you.
lady, you're not educating nobody. You're interrupting the education with
Okay,
some
you don't
pseudo
speak to me.
bullshit.
You don't speak to
If
me like
you
that.
come to my house trying to speak to me, you gonna bow down and kiss the ring, honey boo boo child. We're not on the res. You better act like you know where you at right now. Now we're gonna continue with our documentary while Tonto takes a puff from the peace pipe or something. I don't know what issue she has with the documentarian filmmaker bringing up that Europeans brought salmonella, guys. I guess that's a controversial issue. No, young man, this little video you're playing is wrong. It doesn't have the scientifical archival facts because actually it was Europeans didn't bathe because they didn't bathe in the river. So you're wrong, Mike. Nana nana boo. Bitch, what are you talking about? And y'all, I didn't invite her up here. She requested to come up. Ma'am, nobody wants to speak to you. Stick with you and your own. In our community, we have a saying, don't go chasing waterfalls. Stick to the rivers and the lakes that you're used to. I wonder what your tribe's little sayings are, but you need to adhere to one of them and know your place.
Scheme necessary. There was no measure of righteousness within their intentions. Only wrath, gluttony, pride, greed, and lust were their aims. They thirsted for pleasure and relished the opportunity to enslave the children of Israel. We have all heard the story about how Christopher Columbus thought he was sailing to India, but ran into the West Indies and started calling them Indians because he thought he was an Indian. Well, as we got older and learned more, or so we thought, more about history, we begun to adopt any reason whatsoever to discredit Christopher Columbus from the discovery of America. But somewhere lost in the manufactured rhetoric is a complete lie, which is the implication that Columbus had no idea where he was going or what he was doing is a complete lie. Not only did Columbus know exactly where he was going, he had a specific purpose and mission to enslave the children of Israel and capture Jerusalem. Columbus was on an well-acknowledged religious crusade. First conceived in the year 1452 by Pope Nicholas, the trip to the supposed...
All right, guys. Before we get into the dumb diverses and the papal bulls, let's see what our current panel members have to say. Who's the first one? Carla? Carla, are you there? Go ahead and unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind, Carla. Carla going once. Carla going twice. And Carla, I hear audio from your end, but you're not saying nothing. All right, we'll see you later. Next up, we've got AK-47. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
I'm calling in from Atlanta, Georgia, and I just want to take this opportunity to thank you for the information that you've been sharing. A lot of it has been suppressed. Again, I don't put this on my platform. However, when given the opportunity, I do share with people that you got to understand who told you the story. And here's an old motto that I like to live by. I learned this from the corporate world: trust but verify. And once you begin to verify things, you'll be surprised at how many things, aren't what they appear to be. One of the things that I try to get people to see, even if you don't know history, even if you're in the process of learning history, you should be able to understand natural environments and habitats. And the reason why that is important, you understand that a fish is native to water. A fish has gills. Okay. So for a fish to tell you that it's native indigenous to land, that completely doesn't make any sense. Same thing with a polar bear. If a polar bear told you that its natural native environment was the Mojave Desert, you should know that that polar bear is lying because its genetics is not conducive to hot climates. So whenever someone tells you that, they are native to the Americas, which used to be adjoined to Africa during the Pangea era, because, pretty much they lie closer to the equator, which is the hottest place on earth. If you lack melanin, then it's common sense
Hold on
that
a moment. Let's actually touch on that. So if we're just gonna, participate in a exercise of critical thought and lead credence to the Pangea theory, Pangea, right? Well, if you think about it, most of the Americas would be adjoined to Africa. I don't know that it would really be connected to Europe at all like that, huh? Maybe a part of like Canada, super far up north or something, maybe, but the vast majority of the landmass would be connected to Africa. It's a very valid point that you brought up that I think most people don't really take the moment to reflect on.
and it's closer to near the equator, exactly. And if you just and I'm saying critical thinking because history is so vast, and and depending upon your resources, so convoluted. Sometimes you have to fall back on common sense and what makes sense scientifically and what doesn't. But the Americas, lies close and near the equator. So if you do a simple Google, and this will nullify a lot of the debate tactics that a lot of people try to bring forth to you when you're shedding light on real history. You could just, I mean, it's obvious that if you lack melanin, and you could do a simple Google search, the average Native American or European or Asian, anyone that lacks our melanin, is only able to withstand the sun for about an hour, 2 hours tops, without SP6 or SP12, which is sunscreen.
Yep.
So how can this be your native environment, when you don't even have the genetics for it? And you're right. Expounding on what you're saying with the document, I have friends from India. I have friends from all over the world, right? India, that's actually called Hindustan. They're Hindus, and they are a form, and believe it or not, they're closer to Caucasians than they are black people. This why they have, the long straight hair. And they'll tell you this if you get them, one-on-one in conversation. Now, the reason that's so important, because even with the lie that Christopher Columbus told, saying, he accidentally bumped into America and thought he was in India, there was no India 500 years ago. It was Hindustan, and they wasn't called Indians, they were called Hindus.
Talk about it. And really, if you are in the upper echelon of even mainstream academia in Europe, when it comes to this whole Christopher Columbus, and some people theorize he was a Sephardic Jew and this and that, like mainstream academia in Europe, not America, in Europe, they've been blown the whistle on that. They've got like documentaries running in Italy, in Spain, in France, about how Cristobal Colon was not only a Sephardic crypto Jew, but he was a double agent for Portugal.
Yep, you're absolutely right.
He purposefully led the Spanish crown over there, while the Portuguese continued their dominance on the spice trade and the African slave trade. Which is why in these papal bulls that are on the screen right now, the Pope gave Portugal everything Eastern Hemisphere and gave the Spanish everything Western Hemisphere. But Columbus and some of his people pushed for that boundary to be extended just a little bit so that the Portuguese could get what territory in the Americas? Brazil.
Yep.
So it's a lot of stuff. And if you're in America and you say something like this, Christopher Columbus was a crypto Jew, double agent for the Portuguese, one of the first double, triple agent on some CIA shit, one of the first we've ever seen in history like that. In America, they'd say that's pseudo. In America, they'd say that's conspiracy. In Europe, they'd say, yeah, we know. Yeah. Yeah. Facts.
Well, you know, I noticed that a lot of Americans, you know, our fellow brothers and sisters, we're quick to utilize the word pseudo when there's, you know, knowledge and information being shared that we don't know or understand. It's like it's a quicker way to saying, you know, since I don't know or understand what you're saying, it's pseudo. Instead of taking the time to do the research, you know, to find out, you know, is this actually factual? You know, it goes back to what I said 5 minutes ago: trust but verify. And I say that because if you verify, that alleviates the trust.
Very good point. Very good point indeed.
So I'm with you, brother. And you know, and I've seen a lot of your videos. I share them. You know, I'm glad that many of us, you know, are stepping up, you know, to the table and, you know, sharing this information, because what a lot of us don't realize.
Oh, hey, hold on. Just check this out. Check this out. They call me the King of Receipts. This is the hour-plus documentary I watch from historians and scholars in Europe that go through the receipts, go through all the evidence, and reach the conclusion that Columbus was not only a crypto Jew, but a double agent for the Portuguese crown. So if anybody wants to check this out, this is on the YouTube channel Chronicle Medieval History Documentaries. It was published 3 years ago. It says right here, follow the team of explorers as they reveal several new facts about the man credited with discovering America. Was he really born in Genoa, Italy? Was he a spy for King John II of Portugal? Who really funded his voyage? With the help of DNA science, university scholars, and even Columbus's own living family, the mysteries can be unraveled. Guys, they went all through the archives and the catacombs and stuff in Europe, and they reached the conclusion that Mans was on some secret agent, man. Let's talk about it. Trying to find a home for the Jews who were being expelled from the Iberian Peninsula along with the Moors. But hey, that's a topic for another discussion. But yeah, brother, go ahead and leave us with some closing remarks, and then we're going to get back to the video real quick.
Okay, I'd just like to once again to thank you, brother. Continue to share, continue to do your work. I salute you as well as I support you. And, you know, whenever you have lives or things coming up, I'd be more than happy to, if you send me some of that information so I can share it with others.
Yeah, most F. Yeah, definitely check out the website. I got a whole digital archive where you can download documents and research material and do what you will with it. But yeah, it was nice chopping it up with you.
Okay, likewise, brother.
Till next time. Peace. All right, guys, let's get back to the video.
Had already.
Oh, and let me get some fist or feathers in the chat if you guys want to take a segue from Dumb Diverses and Papal Bulls and play some of that documentary where they go into how Christopher Columbus was a double agent for the Portuguese crown and a crypto Jew.
Been written into law over 40 years before the first records of conquistador Western exploration began to emerge in the historical record. But in the Moorish historical record, trade had been established by Muslims in the Americas as early as the year 932. So if the Moors had known about the Americas at least since 932, and the Moors were run out of Spain in 1491. How is it possible that the kingdoms of Rome and Spain and Portugal had no knowledge of the Americas? The classical historical narrative even states that the Vikings settled in Vinland in the year 1000 and went on to conquer several areas throughout Europe, including Kiev and the Iberian Peninsula. How could the same bloodlines that ruled Europe have no knowledge of a land that had been settled by their ancestors 500 years before? Quite simply, it's all lies. These people are all family. All are in cahoots to keep us in the dark. But why do they want to keep us all in the dark?
And No Cut says, you said it's called Medieval History on YouTube? Yeah, look, it's right here. Well, the actual title of it is The Real Truth About Christopher Columbus, Secrets and Mysteries of Christopher Columbus Chronicle. But the actual name of the YouTube channel is Chronicle Medieval History Documentaries. It's right here. And I'm sure sometime tonight we'll actually play a little bit of this documentary, at least the meat and potatoes. We won't play the whole hour-long thing, but we'll play the part where they reach the conclusion. And you know what? We've got Michael up here. Oh, Michael's already gone. Perfect. Oops, and I already started jumping ahead and playing this video. Let's get back to Dumb versus Paper Bulls, y'all. Let me get a 0 in the chat if you guys are not really familiar with Dumb versus or the Papal Bulls and how it played a part in the reclassification and enslavement of Native Black Americans. 0s in the chat if you're not familiar with Dumb versus or Papal Bulls. I'm seeing some 0s in the chat. All right. Well, what I'm going to do is segue to a different video. This is Professor Robert Miller. He's actually going to get into the Doctrine of Discovery. The Doctrine of Discovery really encompasses those Papal Bulls. So we'll go into the nitty-gritty right now so you can get a clear understanding.
Thank you very much. I want to thank Tupac and Shannon and everyone that was involved with inviting me to be here, and I'm delighted to get to speak with you on this topic. I am a citizen of the Eastern Shawnee Tribe of Oklahoma, and I'm the Chief Justice of the Court of Appeals of the Grand Ronde Tribe in Oregon, and I'm also a judge for other tribes in the Pacific Northwest. I have been studying this topic for quite a few years now, and I'm delighted to be here and to talk with you about the doctrine of discovery. And as the title of the presentation today, the whole program, is the impact of the doctrine of discovery. And so I think I have a half an hour to talk to you about 500 years of history and law. So I'm going to talk really fast. First slide, please. We're going to take a look at this map today, and we're going to talk about manifest destiny. That's my assignment today. And that's what I wrote about in my 2006 book. And I described how the doctrine of discovery became manifest destiny. This American idea of what? I think most Americans know the phrase manifest destiny, but if you ask them to define it, they would not be able to. So that's what we're going to talk about. And we're going to come back and forth to this map several times because every one of those colored areas and the growth of the United States is explained by the principles, the elements of the doctrine of discovery. And my argument is that the United States adopted this international law of discovery that we're going to talk about and turned it into what we call today American manifest destiny.
Shout out to In My Own Lane. In My Own Lane says great material. Hey, I'm glad you appreciate the content. Dr. Black Native Son says white T-man cosplaying # nope. Hey, to each their own. Some would look at his phenotype and question his tribal citizenship status. I would really more so want to hear what the law professor has to say about Dumb versus specifically, instead of being caught up on the fact that he's a bit paler than some of the other tribal members I've seen. But hey, to each their own.
So we will come back and forth to that slide. Obviously, I live in the Oregon country, so we'll be talking about that. We're here now in this new Spain, what later became Mexico, and then what the United States acquired after the Mexican-American War. Next slide, please. So I'm going to very briefly describe the doctrine of discovery. Later, Steve Newcomb is obviously going to explain to us the European backgrounds and the definition of, or excuse me, the meaning of the doctrine of discovery and how it grows from ideas of domination. but I need to explain to you very briefly what the doctrine is, and then break it down into the 10 elements that I define describes the doctrine of discovery, and then we'll talk about how that became American manifest destiny. So in 1823, the first United States Supreme Court case to address Indian law issues was literally about what title, what ownership did tribes have of their lands. And this case was about what is now tribes in the area of Illinois and Indiana. It was, in fact, the Illinois tribe and the Piankashaw tribes, and it was their lands that were at question in this case. Of course, the tribe was not involved in the case. The tribes didn't have a lawyer in the case. These were two Americans arguing over lands that belonged to tribes. And here is what the United States Supreme Court ultimately held. This country, this court says, was founded and settled on the doctrine of discovery and of conquest. And I'll explain that in a little bit. But when Europeans walked ashore with their flag and their cross, folks.
So I hope you guys are starting to connect the dots. Dum diversas, papal bulls, these are the religious edicts where they gave Portugal and Spain dominion to enslave and do whatever they want to quote unquote non-Christians. Well, the United States government uses this doctrine of discovery as a legal basis for their new manifest destiny, their new push to the West.
And stuck it in the sand. When Meriwether Lewis crossed the continent in 1803 to 1806 and carried a branding iron. I was at the Oregon Historical Society 2 days ago, and they had the original Meriwether Lewis branding iron. And as he crossed the country, once they crossed the Rockies, Meriwether Lewis starts branding his name. It says U.S.CAPT, because he was a captain in the Army, M.Lewis. And they start carving their names on trees and sandstone cliffs, and Lewis starts branding his name. Gee, it sounds like he was sticking his flag and cross in the soil, doesn't it? He was claiming.
Lala Locke says, yeah, right. They are the no-nonsense people who came here to take from the people of the land of Tamari. Hey, you know what? I'm not sure if you're busy right now, but if you're not busy, is there any way that you can join as a guest and educate me on this Tamari thing? I mean, I'm not sure if it's a fad. I'm not sure if it's a buzzword. I know I saw a couple videos from the immigrant dude who looks Haitian or something, but yeah, I'm not really sure about this whole Tamari thing. Yeah, I understand that some people are using it as an old word for America, but I just haven't seen any like documentation, any sources other than like the one dread-headed dark-skinned dude who is very passionately talking about this land was to America. Da, 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 da. So if anybody knows about it and can educate me, appreciate it.
The Oregon country for the United States, plainly, and using principles that Johnson v. McIntosh reaffirmed in 1823. So next slide. What did it mean when European countries showed up with their flag and cross? What allegedly happened to Native peoples? Well, here's what the court said. Native peoples immediately lost some of their property rights. They no longer were considered the fee simple absolute owner, which is an Anglo-American property law principle. When you and I buy our homes, we're the fee simple absolute owner. But this court said that by the magic of Europeans showing up, or Meriwether Lewis out in my area, branding trees, tribal governments somehow, crazily lost their full ownership and rights in their lands.
And guys, most people don't understand that this is still how it remains today. You hear about tribes having reservations, you hear about tribes having land. Y'all don't realize they're just tenants on the land. They don't really have sovereignty like that. They don't really have autonomy like that. I mean, they're still begging for handouts from Uncle Sam, more or less. Some tribes are literally in a state of emergency right now. I mean, you hear of a tribe having a reservation, you think that that's their land. No, they're just tenants of Uncle Sam, of the federal government. Kind of like wards of the state to a degree. I mean, if they literally want to erect a new building or make a land improvement on the reservation, they have to go get the Secretary of Interior's permission. They got to go run it by the feds. I mean, I'm a member of a federally recognized tribe. I know. Take my word for it. Or don't. Look it up on your own. But when you hear about the sovereignty and land and stuff, I mean, it's not all it's cracked up to be.
What else did they lose? Well, the court says they also lost some of their sovereign powers. They lost their international powers because indigenous nations were no longer supposed to trade internationally or engage in international diplomacy. They were now only supposed to deal with that European country that discovered them. How ironic that is, folks. As you know, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark, they were lost everywhere they went. Every Indian person they ran into, they said, where are we and what's up the road?
And shout out to Know Thyself. Know Thyself says, all of my elders' parents in the 90s told me we've been here long before the pink folk came here. Yeah, let's talk about it. We got oral traditions citing our indigeneity, but we don't have oral tradition of being African.
But oh no, we, American history, characterized that the natives were discovered. How ludicrous. But that is what we're dealing with. We have to understand the law of the United States, the federal Indian law of the United States, to understand the impact then of the doctrine of discovery on us today as Native peoples and on our governments. Let's see, so next slide. One more. So I break the doctrine of discovery down into 10 elements, and the pages, thank you very much, are handing out 2 handouts I brought. I obviously didn't bring enough, so I think they're making some copies, but I give you the elements that I think comprise the doctrine of discovery. How did Europeans make a legal claim under international law, under the papal bulls that Steve will talk to you later from 1436, 1452, 1455, that divided the world for Spain and Portugal? Wow. I guess I wish I'd have been Spanish or Portuguese back then when the Pope divided the world for just those 2 countries. But here's the elements that I argue make up the doctrine of discovery and how a European country, and later the United States, made claims over Native peoples. One.
And guys, I urge you to check out my website, nativeblackancestry.com, especially tap in if you need one-on-one personalized guidance with genealogy research. You can even book a genealogy consultation where I teach you the 3-step process me and my family use to trace our heritage and get tribal citizenship with the Muskogee Creek Nation.
Hi, my name is Frances Tuck, and I contacted Mike from Mike TV on YouTube because I wanted to find out about my family's Native American history that I believed existed. Through the research that I was able to do through Mike TV, I was able to find out that our name is indeed on the registry. I had a consultation with Mike today, and because of his advice and the research that he has done, I am now confident that I'm able to find my family's roots in the Native American History database. Thank you, Mike.
Let's talk about it, y'all. Real people, real results. And guys, we've got a prompt this evening. The prompt is as follows. Latinos, Natives, and Africans are having an identity crisis, not us. Whether you agree or disagree, I give you the floor to call in. You have permission to speak freely, uninterrupted. We want to hear what you have to say. Do you agree that Natives, and when I say natives with air quotes, we're talking about those folks on the res. Do you think that they're having an identity crisis? Do you think the Latinos are currently having an identity crisis? Do you think the Africans are having an identity crisis? Or do you think us Native Black Americans are somehow having an identity crisis? I mean, I'm sure many people have different thoughts, different theories, different perceptions. So go ahead, answer the question in the comment section or request to join as a guest. We would love to hear what you have to say. And while we wait to see if we've got any new guests coming up, let's get back to UBTV.
What does our ignorance have to do with their prosperity? An Indian who is as bad as the white men could not live in our nation. He would be put to death and be eaten up by the wolves. The white men are bad schoolmasters. They carry false looks and deal in false actions. They smile in the face of the poor Indian to cheat him. They shake them by the hand to gain their confidence, to make them drunk, to deceive them, and ruin our wives. We told them to let us alone, but they followed on and beset our paths. And they coiled themselves among us like the snake. They poisoned us by their touch. We are not safe. We lived in danger. We were becoming like them. Hypocrites and liars, adulterers.
And shout out to Mars. Mars says, "You're not First Nation and you." I'm not sure exactly what you're saying there, Mars, but I invite you to come up as a guest, Mars. I'd love to hear what you have to say. It sounds like you have a question about us being First Nation or not being First Nation. I'm not sure exactly. Actually, I don't see Mars as an option to send an invite to. Mars, if you're watching, just go ahead and request to join. I'll bring you right up. I'd love to hear about this First Nation stuff.
Lazy drones, all talkers, and no workers. As for baptizing Indians and Negroes, several of the white people disapprove of it because they say it often makes them proud and not so good servants. But these and such objections are easily refuted, for Christianity encourages and orders them to become more humble and better servants, and not worse than they were when they were heathens. Quote from historian Jack D. Forbes. In 1719, South Carolina decided who should be an Indian for tax purposes, since American Indian slaves were taxed at a lesser rate than African slaves. The act stated, quote, "And for preventing all doubts and scruples that may arise, what ought to be rated on musties, mulattoes, etc., all such slaves are not entirely Indian shall be accounted as Negro," end quote. Forbes found this to be significant. He said that at the time, musties and mulattoes were considered persons of Native American ancestry, he wrote. My judgment, to be discussed later, is that a mustee was primarily part African and American Indian, and that a mulatto was usually part European and American Indian. This act also significant because it asserts that part American Indians with or without African ancestry should be counted as Negroes, thus having an implication for all later slave censuses, end quote.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty.
Oh no, not the original Pretendian. Oh boy. Hey guys, we have a guest coming from the back to the front is Sarah Lee. Sarah Lee, let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Hey, I'm calling in from Houston, Texas. And
Lay it on
I don't know,
us.
just saw you were on live, so decided to see what you was talking about over here.
Oh yeah, well I've got a bit of a prompt. I say Latinos, natives, and Africans are having an identity crisis, not us. Is that something you agree with or disagree with?
I don't know about the other groups, but I do know when it comes to Africans, if it's pertaining to African Americans, we're not having an identity crisis. We're having an awakening. And I've been doing
no. I said Africans. I didn't say African Americans.
you're pertaining to Africans from
Latinos,
Africa.
Natives, and Africa. An African is only an African, you know, an African just means one thing, right?
Yeah. Are they having an identity crisis? You know what? Probably. Probably. And it might be stemmed from our awakening and us shifting this, this historical narrative of who we are, because it shifts everyone else as well.
Well, hey, I've got a little evidence to back the claim that the Africans are having an identity crisis. But the thing is, TikTok is weird. If I play a video right now, everybody will hear it, but the people on the panel can't hear it. So I really want you to be able to hear it. So how about you just drop down? I'll play the video and then request to join right back up. But I'm going to play a short clip that just really shows how these Africans are having an identity crisis.
Okay.
So yeah, as soon as I give you the verbal cue to request back up, we'll go ahead and pick up where we left off. But guys, check this out. The Africans are the Africans are definitely having an identity crisis, y'all. Let's check it out.
Round with that fake history you are giving. Stop it. You call yourself Native Americans, yet you don't even know your tribe. Where is your tribe? What is the name of your tribe? What language do you speak? Your so-called name.
My tribe is Muskogee Creek Nation. Our language is called Muskogee. Did I pass your pop quiz, African lady that's oh so angry about Black Americans getting in touch with their indigeneity?
Native Americans. What language do you guys speak? Because every single tribe or every single country in this world have their own language. So if you are indigenous, just as Red Indians, or sorry to say Native Americans, they have their own language. They have their own tribes. So Madam so-called African, wanna be Native American, what is the name of your tribe? What is the name of your people? You coming up with some fake identity that is going to cause some crisis to our African identity.
Oh, so when I say, hey, I think Africans are having an identity crisis, not us, and you hear the African woman say verbatim that us getting in touch with our indigenous roots is messing up their African identity, guys. Listen to this. I'm gonna play it back. We're messing with their African identity. It sounds like they're having an identity crisis to me.
They have their own tribes. So Madam so-called African, wanna be Native American, what is the name of your tribe? What is the name of your people? You coming up with some fake identity that is going to cause some crisis to our African identity.
Our identity causes a crisis to their African identity. Okay.
So please stop it. Stop with the fake history you are creating. Please. It's serious, guys. You are really doing something that is wrong and it's illegal.
The fuck are you talking about?
Deny Africa all you want. You are Africans. That is how you got to America. You can claim America because that's all you know, but the blood flows through your veins. That blood that flows through your veins. That blood that makes you sing good. That blood.
Wait, if we have African blood that makes us sing good, why don't you Africans sing good?
That makes you dance good. That
Wait. If we've got African blood that makes us dance good, why don't you Africans dance good?
blood that gives you that rhythm.
Wait. If we have African blood in our veins that gives us that rhythm, why don't you Africans have rhythm?
That blood that gives you boldness.
Whoa. If we have African blood in our veins that gives us boldness, why are Africans not bold?
And bravery.
Whoa. Do we really have to touch on Africans not being very brave?
That blood that gave you beauty.
Whoa. We got beauty, but when it comes to y'all, okay, I'm not going to go there, y'all. I ain't going to go there. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder.
Intelligence.
Oh, yeah, I'm not going to touch that one either. That's low-hanging fruit, talking about their intelligence.
That blood is from Africa. That blood flows through your veins just as it flows through my veins.
Many. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, 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 ma'am. The blood that flows through my veins is not the blood that flows through your veins.
Good. That blood that makes you dance good. That blood that gives you that rhythm. That blood that gives you boldness and bravery. That blood that gave you beauty, intelligence. That blood is from Africa. That blood flows through your veins just as it flows through my veins.
Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muskogee Human Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblack.ancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings, Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
All right. To the lady that was on the panel earlier, you can come on back. That was the end of that video that I wanted to play for you. While we wait for her to come on back, Will, you can go ahead and unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
37, Kansas City. I don't think the people in the comment realize when you read off that little thing that says the European settlers' kids and the African slaves' kids, they didn't treat them no different. Why do you think they didn't treat their spawn any different?
Are you asking a rhetorical question?
I mean, did they know something that a lot of people don't realize today, that the European bloodline and the African bloodline is the same?
Well, do tell more. That's not really something that I've researched a whole lot of. My focus is on the Americas, but hey.
Well, at least that's what the Asian scientist that was doing DNA research discovered when he was trying to prove that Asians weren't African, and then found out that Asians and Europeans are directly African descent.
Gotcha. Well, it doesn't sound that crazy. I mean, Asia and Europe is connected to Africa. It's really all one continent, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm. But hey, what do you think about the prompt on the screen?
Oh, I definitely think that they're having a crisis, because now that history and dockets are showing that a lot of the African tribes are really native to over here. They were transplanted.
Mm-hmm. I feel you.
And not only just them were transplanted, don't forget they try to grow cotton in Africa, and so they took 40,000 from South America over there, 3 or 4 times, they said.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and you know what? Real quick, we got another person on the panel. Yellowish Letta. Go ahead, unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
I'm calling in from California.
North or south?
Watts, California.
Okay. And we don't have to ask if you're a Black American, because we heard the smoke detector.
That's funny. My husband's going to change that, okay?
You know, he ain't never changed that damn battery. Stop it. It's okay. You don't even notice it. It's okay.
No, but honestly, I've been looking into it too. I ain't never felt no ties to Africa, to keep it 100 with y'all. My family been always, you know, my grandmother's grandmother. I mean, my mother, her mother, and her mother's mother all was born here. So I don't understand. Like, they have erased so much from us and taken so much from us, right? So it made me start digging. So I went to the slavevoyages.com, because the guy said, if you look at the census from 1880 or 1870, he says the census records don't match up. He said it shows that it was Africans here, but it also shows it was a lot of indigenous African Americans, Black people here as well. So people, if they dig and did the research, it'll be found. And so I found another article. I ain't gonna take up all the panel, but I found another article that stated, this was like in a book from, I believe, in the 1700s. And it said it was people on this land that looked like Negroes on this land, but they cannot be put in the same category as the same, because we on different land masses, and our tone is quite a little bit different. But
they get black,
I don't know.
we get shades of brown, right?
Yep.
Big difference. I mean, even in the German churches, on the roofs and the walls, they were painting allegories of the continents. And if we take a look at some of these allegories, I mean, this right here is Asia. This right here is Europe. This right here is Africa. And this right here, this right here is America. So again, do we have similar phenotypes sometimes? Yes, sure. Especially in the minds of a white tea person, right? It's just like if we're not familiar with the Asian community, we'll think that certain Asians look the same, when really, no, that's a Japanese person, that's a South Korean, that's a North Korean, that person's from Thailand, that person's from Vietnam, right? Some people may not see the nuance. So yeah, these European explorers, conquistadors, they were coming over here and they were saying, damn, the indigenous people are dark. Some of them look as dark as Ethiopians, as dark as the Africans, but clearly a different,
as Black as the
people.
Africans.
Yeah, almost, but not quite. But yeah, let's talk about it. You know what? It looks like we got another guest. Ray, go ahead and unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind. And where my girl Sarah go? Sarah Lee done dipped on me. I was supposed to get some feedback from Sarah on that video. That shit is crazy. The African girl said that we are causing a crisis to their African identity. Oh, Lord. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Ray. Lay it on us. No Diddy.
Hey, what's up? I'm originally from California, from the Bay Area, but I live in Georgia now.
Yeah, your ass got priced out the Bay like everybody else, huh?
No, I didn't.
No, I'm messing with you.
I didn't get priced out. My parents left me and my brother 2 homes in San Francisco. We sold them.
Oh, shoot.
I took my California money and brought it to Georgia.
Yeah, you probably got you a little McMansion or something in Georgia with some California money. Oh, yeah, that's nice.
Exactly, because them 2 houses our parents left us was over $1 million a piece. So.
Not bad. Yeah, Bay Area.
And they only paid $28,000 for them, 26 for one and 28 for the other one. Back in 1968, the equity really grows in Northern California fast.
Oh yeah, I'm speaking your language. I was a realtor in Northern California. I'm born and raised in Sacramento.
Oh, okay, yeah, I had a home in Sacramento too, in the Thomas.
Yep.
Thomas.
You probably had a home in the Thomas back when they had that Arco Arena, huh?
When they built the new homes back in like 2002.
Yeah,
right off that first exit. Right off that first exit, as soon as you cross the little Sacramento little bridge thing right there, what was that? West El Camino?
Yep.
Yeah, right on that West El Camino exit. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that was back when they had not Cal Expo, Arco Arena. Yeah.
Yes,
they ain't got no Arco Arena no more. Arco Arena's finished.
Hey man, do they still got the what is that? Crawdads? I think it was a restaurant sitting on the Sacramento River called Crawdads.
No, it's not called Crawdads. It's called Joe's Crab Shack.
There used to be Crawdads though.
Oh, real?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I don't know about no Crawdads. I know about Joe's Crab Shack in Old Sac downtown.
No, I'm talking not in Old Sac. It's sitting on the Sacramento River. And they got where they got some boats and shit parked right there. They got little slips for boats to park there. They got
at the marina.
And they got a bar where the boats could pull up and order drinks in a boat. They pull up to a bar and order drinks. That shit was fly.
Yeah, they might still have it there. I'm not sure. I was never a fan of crawfish, so that's a little bit outside of my
I
wheelhouse.
mean, they sold everything though. So
Yeah. Yeah, I was at Joe's Crab Shack. That was my spot. But hey, do you agree that Latinos, natives and Africans are having an identity crisis and not us?
I don't really worry about them. I worry about us and learn who we are for real, for real.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? Because I know for a fact that we were already here. Because my great grandma was 114 when she passed, and she told us exactly who we were. She said we're Choctaw. All my family is from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and I was the only one born in San Francisco. I'm the last of 5 of my siblings. So my great grandma told us who we were. She said we always been here. And I know the fact that everybody whose birth certificate said color or Negro, they were all reclassified like you were talking about earlier. How old are you?
30.
Okay, I'm sure. What's your birth certificate say?
Shoot, I don't think they had I don't think they put race on or color or anything on birth certificates in the 90s anymore. I think it was before that. I don't know.
Okay, because
I might have a birth
I'm
certificate around
60.
here
I'm
somewhere.
60. I'm 61. I was born in 64.
Yeah.
And my birth certificate.
I know my birth certificate don't say American Indian. It didn't say
It was-
American Indian until 2021.
It wouldn't be on your birth certificate. It'd be on your birth announcement, which is your true birth certificate.
Okay, well, my birth certificate says Negro. And my parents were born in 1932, and they'll say colored. So all the people that said colored and Negro, for sure, they were reclassified and are the true Aborigines of this land.
Yep.
And that's real.
Oh yeah, most def. And Big Merc 214 says, "Can you explain that picture one more time?" So these are called allegories of the continents. Germans, back in the early 1700s, in their churches, on the rooftops, on the walls, they actually painted allegories, depictions of the indigenous people of different continents. This is a church in Germany. You can go visit it present day. This is what it looks like right here. And let me go to the text first. And this whole website is actually in German. This is translated into English thanks to Google. But it says right here, Africa and America are characterized by their dark skin and lavish feathered headdresses representing barbaric continents. America's upper body is bare, her skin dark brown. A feathered skirt and a red blanket cover her hips, and bands of feathers and pearls also adorn her upper arms. A crown sits on her head, around which a colorful turban is wrapped. Her hand points downwards. She seems to be supporting the globe in one arm, indeed with the entire weight of her upper body, as if she wanted to protect it from being crushed or displaced by the powerful coil of the serpent's body. So now if we go and we actually look at that image that they're referring to, this is on the roof of that church. Over here, this is America with the turban and the feathers supporting the entire globe that's being wrapped around by a serpent. This is what the Germans paint on the roofs of their own churches in the 1700s. This right here is the African. Black. That's the African. That's a depiction of Africa. This, America. And they've got so many churches with so many depictions just like this. Here's another church, whole separate church, Church St. Anthony. You can go visit it in Germany today, tomorrow, whenever. I mean, just go, take a seat, look around, and say, wow, this is some interesting things painted on the walls. These are some interesting things painted on the ceiling. I wonder. Well, let's check out this next one. I think we got some text for it. Let me see. Where's the text? Here we go. And again, this is in German. I got to translate this to English real quick. Let me go to Google Translate, English. There we go. It says, to the right of the globe, America kneels. Her feather-crowned, bare torso and thick gold necklace and bracelets mark her as the representative of a wild continent. Again, feather-crowned, bare torso, thick gold necklace, right of the globe, America kneels. Well, let's take a look at the image. To the right of the globe, we have America kneeling, gold necklace, feathered headdress. And you can actually click on this and it will again describe that as America. So hopefully that explains that for you. If anybody wants to look that up, these are called allegories of the continents. They have a whole book with hundreds of them. But real quick, we've got a couple more people requesting to join backstage. Let's see what they're talking about. Shout out to everybody tuning in. Tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. Guys, let's get to 15,000 likes. Everybody make sure to check out nativeblackancestry.com if you need assistance with genealogy research. Matter of fact, we got a client of mine on the panel. Handboy, go ahead, unmute yourself. Let the people know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
I'm from Wisconsin, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I'm calling in. I seen that video. I was watching on YouTube. I had to come on TikTok. That lady kind of made me mad, talking about we creating a fake history and they having that fake history recreating this
it's going to cause a crisis to their African identity.
Yeah, messing with their African identity. It's like, what fake history? We knew when we came from. We wouldn't even start looking if y'all when it came over here talking about we don't know where we come from. So now that we start doing the looking and finding out, like, yeah, I'm really not from Africa. Like, joke's on you. I know where I come from, and my ancestors is listed as Black, but not African, even by white people standards. So you can't. I don't know what is. I came from Africa. Come from like no, I came from America. Like my mama was here, her grandmama, like. All my family's from here. Like that kind of made me mad. Like y'all trying to tether yourself on to our greatness of what we did. Like y'all been born free the last 200 years and y'all ain't done nothing. I mean, we was in slavery at one point and poured our ancestors laid a foundation in each generation and we kept it going and now we are enjoying the benefits of what they fought for. It's like y'all jealous
hold
of us.
Hold on. Let's be even more specific. We've reached a modicum of success that they can only imagine while suffering bondage, disenfranchisement, Jim Crow, segregation, redlining, the Klan, reclassification, the list goes on and on. At that same time we were going through that, they were not just free, they were business partners with the Europeans, right? It's called a slave trade. They were taking their Africans and trading them to European foreigners for trinkets, beer, muskets, gunpowder, mirrors. So they kind of had an infinite money glitch. They would take these Africans that they didn't like, sell them to Europeans, get guns, get muskets, get gunpowder, use that to capture more of their fellow Africans to sell to Europeans. And the cycle continues and continues and continues. And what did they do with all these riches? I guess they just tricked off the money because they poor as hell present day. And then their business partners turned on them. Their business partners turn on them and say, hey, we're going to colonize you guys for a little bit. And really, Africa never got colonized like that, y'all. Look it up. They got colonized for like 50 years. It wasn't nothing. Europeans had a vacation there for a generation. I mean, they didn't get colonized like that. 50 years? What? Meanwhile, since 1492, we're dealing with European invasions, multiple European factions waging war on us versus the Africans being business partners of the European turning on them saying, matter of fact, run me your pockets now, African. We want something from you. They get colonized for 50, 60 years. Now they can't get it together and they're still blaming colonization. When if you compare African colonization to what we went through, they never really got colonized at all. But I digress. You know what? Real quick, we've got another panel member. Mr. Beef Taco, go ahead, unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Hello. I'm from Texas, and I'm not gonna be on this panel very long. I just came out here to say that what you're doing is
Oh shoot. We got some technical difficulties, guys. I know he said he was not going to be on the panel long, but he really got cut short there. Go ahead and request to join again, and we'll bring you right up. I don't know what happened. I think maybe your Wi-Fi was not Wi-Fiing. We've also got Chop Top Pick. Chop, let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Hey, I'm calling in from Long Beach, California, man. I just want to shout out to all the indigenous people here. I'm Choctaw and Seminole. Shout out to my Gullah Geechee family as well, man. And I just want to say big up to all the indigenous and all of us that's getting this word out. It's very important for us to know our identity here because the authenticity is the highest form of power, of energy. And that's why it's so important for us to know ourselves, because the moment we rise into that energy, it's over. And they know that. We got 100 million, we got 1 million square miles of land that they gotta owe us to, and they know that.
Wait, you said 1 million square miles?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't know. We got way more than that. Just my tribe alone had 21 million acres robbed from them.
You feel me? Okay. There it is.
So yeah, we got millions on millions on millions, hundreds of millions of acres of land. Not no 1 million.
There it is. There it is right there. There it is.
Let's talk about it.
Let's talk about it. So yeah, there it is. There it is right there. So yeah, that's how large America is. And we from North, South, and Central, and we rising. And I'm grateful to see us on here and we talking about this. Big ups to us.
Most def. And guys, TikTok is glitching out. It's not allowing me to invite people to join. So if anybody wants to come up, answer the prompts, I'll bring you up. Just request to join as a guest. I say Latinos, Natives, and Africans are having an identity crisis, not us. Whether you agree or disagree, call in. I'd love to hear what you guys have to say. If you're watching on YouTube, unfortunately, you got to come over here on TikTok in order to be able to join as a panel member and whatnot. But actually, you know what? I think there is a way for me to do it to where, but if I do it on StreamYard, with TikTok still here, TikTok should still hear it. Matter of fact, guys, I think there might be a way for me to allow my YouTube members to join directly from YouTube. I'm going to go ahead and put a link in the chat on YouTube. Go ahead and click that link if you would like to call in. And I'm pretty sure that my TikTok audience will be able to hear you and vice versa.
And can I piggyback on this? Anybody that's new to this information of their indigenous heritage and their culture and who they are, just walk bold in this. I want y'all to know that, like, even if you feel like it's not, this is who you are. So walk bold in that. When you're talking to an African, when you're talking to another person, and they ask you, oh, what's your ethnicity? I'm indigenous. I'm from this tribe. And walk bold in that. Because the more you walk bold in that, the more and more confidence you're gonna build in your identity, and the more and more it's gonna instill into you your truth, and they gonna feel that, and that's gonna radiate through each and every single one of our hearts. Because they think we connected on this phone, but we connected on an energetic level, and this is why they fight so hard to keep us from talking and keeping us from connecting. It get deep for real. The more and more our hearts rise, the more and more we connect and rise on an energetic and intellectual level. Yeah, so it's for real.
Yeah, but I feel you. Classy Basket says indigenous is a political term. Well, maybe you want to join the panel and educate us on that. I don't know why some folks get kind of caught up in the semantics. I mean, folks want to beef over using the word native, over using the word indigenous, over using the word aboriginal. I mean, I say do your genealogy, get your reparations first.
How about the first human beings on this planet on every corner? How about that? Motherfuckers.
All right, then. You just had to get that off
I
his chest,
feel.
y'all. You just had to get that off his
Dang,
chest. Hold on, y'all. Hold on,
agree
hold
with
on.
you.
Real quick,
Man, I feel
Wait, time
like
out,
this.
time out, time out,
Man,
time
I'm
out,
gonna
time
say
out.
this.
Time out, time out, time out. One mic. I got a new panel member. I got to introduce. He was sitting on that. I could just see him right there smoking a ball, bro. He got some whiskey in his glass. He's like, this motherfucker. No, I'm joking. G-Man fam, go ahead, unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Yo, what's good, y'all? I'm from Florida, you know. But I'm
Not
Haitian, though
to
my
be
family's all
confused
Haitian.
with Florida.
Oh yeah, you know, my family's all Haitian. I'm just glad you guys are this kind of information. So I've been fighting everybody on those kind of informations, you know, especially I'm from the island and everything.
So when you say that you've been fighting people on this information, what specifically about this information have you been fighting people on?
The information that we never was in Africa, the information that we are the indigenous people from this land, and also we need our restitution instead of, you know what I'm saying, every other thing. So I'm just glad you guys, you know, so are on the right path. That's all.
I see. Well, hey, educate us a little bit about the Haitian indigenous perspective, because I do know
Well, the
that,
Haitian,
you know,
yeah, the
there
Haitian
was,
indigenous was,
hold on real quick. I'm still talking.
my bad.
I do know that while a minority of the African slaves went to what would later be the US of A, there were millions sent to South America, Brazil, the Caribbean as well. So, you know, as a man of Haitian descent, how do you distinguish between any possible African heritage versus, you know, indigenous Carib or Taino or Arawak?
All those people was from the mainland in United States, and so all of them was in the Caribbean also. But the African history never happened really how they you know, they saying it in Africa. Those African that came is was to mix the bloodline that we have. That's all they came as the Ottomans. You know what I'm saying? There was a black Ottomans. The Arabs, Ottomans also that came to mix the bloodline as us. So most of us didn't come from Africa. Some of us came from the Guyana, you know, like when the map was upside down, you know, from South America, aka the North. So most people, like, you think is Nigerians or Ghanaians looking in Brazil. Most of them was here already. So we've been having problems with
More
that
specifically, though,
Pan-Africanism.
hold on. More specifically, my question was, as a person coming from Haiti, how do you tell whether you have African heritage or whether you have indigenous
Through
West
lineage.
Indies heritage?
Or
Through
through the
lineage?
lineage.
Okay.
Yeah, and you
Through
have to do your genealogy also.
Okay, I got you. So you did your genealogy, probably coupled with maybe oral tradition or something that your family passed down, and that brought you to the conclusion that you guys descend from indigenous people of Haiti.
From indigenous people, and some of my lineage is all the way in the Brazilian Amazon, you know. So
And the Brazilian Amazon. Okay, interesting. And actually, I do have a nice interactive map right here that tells us about the different indigenous communities of the Americas. Let's go over to Haiti real quick and see what these tribes were called and whatnot. Let me see.
Can I
So
ask a question?
Haiti. Just a moment, whoever that was. Help me out, our resident Haitian. I've been to Puerto Rico, but Haiti's what, right here?
it's right here.
Right here?
Yeah.
Okay, so on Haiti, you've got the Taino, you got the Macrox, maybe, and then the Seguyayo. That's how you pronounce it.
And also you have the Arawaks also, and you have the Incas, which you guys say Incas, but it was the Yangas.
Where the potatoes in Haiti?
Stop interrupting, Cujo. You'll have your turn. Just ignore him. We'll get to him in a moment.
Well, the potato was the one of the natural things that was growing in the Americas only. So
yeah, exactly.
AKA because
but when
the
you talk
West
about
Indies-
Central America, South America having a connection there, you're talking about probably these regions
right here, and we have to go to the Guyana also,
okay. Which is like over here, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I feel it. All right. Well, hey, let me know. Do you think that the Latinos, the natives, and the Africans are having an identity crisis?
Of course, they are having identity crisis because those are political terms. They they get used for those. Africans, Black, Latinos, they all have those kind of identity crises. Because we know some Latinos are not, indigenous also. So
not some, most.
most. Yeah.
No matter how
I'll
much
try to be
they
nice.
want to get online and claim that they descend from Mayan princess and Aztec warriors, I mean, the genealogy says you descend from
I speak
Spanish
Spanish also.
Half of them today want to be Caucasian so bad it don't make no damn sense.
True that.
Well, they're the one who helped get the land. When we was fighting on Texas war and everything, they helped cultivate the land also.
You got a point. Very valid point. And guys, to everybody who's new to the broadcast, make sure to tap the screen, share the stream with as many people as you can. Let's get to 20,000 likes. And for anybody new, make sure to check out nativeblack.ancestry.com. We've got tons of historical resources built out on this website, as well as some genealogy resources. So for anybody who's on their journey of discovery, make sure to tap in. But what's his name? Cujo, go ahead, unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Hey, bro, before you do that, you can go ahead and drop me down. I got to go to work tomorrow, so shit.
Okay, for sure. Well, we'll talk to you later, Ray.
All right, y'all have a good one.
Thanks for stopping by. Peace. All right, Cujo, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Big up Virginia. I'm curious what y'all in here lining up to.
It's really hard to hear you. Can you speak clear or?
Yes, do you hear me now, brother? Okay, I apologize for not being clear beforehand. I just want to be clear on what you are in here lying about tonight, because you lie so constantly that I feel the need to confront you at all times because you're lying. There's no such thing as a black indigenous people. Why are you lying to my people? Why? What do you get out of lying to my people besides a couple of dollars?
Bro, who is you, Cujo?
Big up
Wait,
Virginia.
hold on, guys.
Yeah, answer the question.
Let's
Calm
not
down,
interrupt.
Slick.
Hold on. Let's not interrupt. I give everybody a chance to do a one-on-one. Right now, it's just me and Cujo's time to talk. He said that I lie all the time, and he just had to confront me. So we're giving him the opportunity to confront me. Go ahead, Cujo. What's on your mind? Go ahead, Cujo. Unmute yourself. All right, he's
No, I'm here.
Okay, there he is. All right, go ahead.
You have my people actually believing the nonsense that you spew about us not being African. We are an African people. Absolutely. We are an African people. Every single one of us descends from Maryland, Virginia, North and South Carolina, and Georgia to a lesser extent. Every single one of us. There's a reason we descend from those people. So I choose to confront you and those like you because I know you lying. And not only do I know you're lying, I know that you know you're lying. Like on some personal shit. You know what's up. You know that them Virginia Indians don't recognize you. You know they don't. My grandmother.
Sir, before you continue, because there's so many points you're bringing up, you're correct. Virginia Indians don't recognize me or whatever you said. Sir, I'm not from Virginia. My tribe's not from Virginia. My tribe was from the Carolinas, Georgia, Alabama.
They don't recognize you either.
Parts of Florida. Sir,
What
don't interrupt or you will leave. Unmute yourself before you have permission to, and we'll just make you kick rocks. Now, I don't understand how you're going to make the claim. Yes, and now you're kicking rocks since you just unmuted yourself. I don't understand how you're going to make the claim that my tribe doesn't recognize me when I literally have my tribal citizenship card on the screen right now. I mean, if you're watching on YouTube, then you can't see the same feed that TikTok can see, but TikTok can see an image of my tribal ID card. Let me put it up for the camera for those who are watching on YouTube. So no, sir, my tribe definitely recognizes me as a member. Sorry to burst your bubble. And it's really unfortunate that he was so emotional, because if he was able to hold his tongue and not interrupt me, we could have actually got to some discourse. Like, sir, what part of Africa are you claiming we're all from? Africa's a continent, not a country. I bet you he wouldn't have an answer for that. Hey, sir, if you're an African, what African traditions, cultures, or custom do you practice here in America? I bet you he wouldn't have an answer for that. But hey, he wants to get up here. He sounds drunk, by the way. Oh, ahead. Want to get up here drunk, talking about y'all all from Africa. You lie, and I'm confronting you. We all from Africa. We have Pan Africa, yeah. Kuta Kinte. I mean, bro, go to sleep, Unc. Go to sleep. We've also got Minnie. Minnie, go ahead, unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Okay, I love what you're saying. I know growing up, I always heard that we had Indian in our family. And I was doing a little research on the Chickasaws, and I see that they do not accept the Black natives through registration. So how can you answer a few questions on how that would work? Once I do trace and I find a name in the Dawes rolls, how can I go about registering with my tribe? Or is it just about learning who we are as a people?
Yeah, well, great question. If you need more like personalized guidance, I would definitely urge you to go to the website, book a one-on-one, but I'll answer as many of your questions that I'm able to, since you are here now with me. First and foremost, you don't start with the Dawes roll. Most people get confused thinking you should go to the Dawes roll, start typing in names. That's not really the way you want to go about it. Oftentimes our ancestors had multiple names they went by, or multiple spelling of their names. So the way that you want to search the Dawes roll is actually not going to be by first name or last name. You want to search by the roll number. Now, as far as how you get the roll number, that's something that I teach folks during that one-on-one. But, to give you a high-level overview, you're going to search through dozens of tribal databases. So things like freedmen's records, bills of sale, land allotments, muster rolls, tribes, chiefs, and treaties. The list goes on and on and on and on and on. And then once you do find somebody on the Dawes roll and you know it is your ancestor, well, you have to see what they're classified as. Are they classified as a freedman? Are they classified as by blood? As you already alluded to, some tribes disenfranchise the freedmen and do not allow them to get tribal citizenship. Some tribes let the freedmen get full tribal citizenship, just like a by blood member, right? So, it gets really complicated because each and every tribe has their own different, unique set of citizenship requirements, right? Is somebody coughing?
Man, mute
I'm just gonna put everybody on mute. Y'all got no decorum. I'm telling you, if y'all ain't talking, just stay on mute. Damn it. I'm teasing. But as I was saying, each tribe has their own, citizenship requirements. So, it becomes very complicated because most of us have Aboriginal roots on both sides of the family. So you might have somebody on your mother's side of the family classified as a freedman. That tribe doesn't accept the freedman. Then you have somebody on your father's side classified as a freedman. That tribe does accept the freedman. Or maybe you find you have ancestors who were part of tribes that were never acknowledged by the government. Or maybe you have ancestors that were a part of tribes that are recognized by the state government, but not the federal government. Or perhaps your ancestors resisted Indian removal, and because of that, they were reclassified and made victims of paper genocide. So as you can see, there's so many different ways that the cookie could crumble. But during those genealogy consultations I provide, I share with you the three-step process that me and my family use to trace our heritage and get tribal citizenship. But it sounds like you're probably already halfway there.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, most def. And since we got you on the panel, do you want to answer the prompt? I say Latinos, Natives, and Africans are having an identity crisis, not us. Do you agree or do you disagree?
Well, I'm married to a Puerto Rican, and he is definitely Taino all the way. So in a way, it creates a little bit of jealousy because I want to know who I am as well. So no, I think that African Americans are having the identity crisis. We're at a crossroads now. We're waking up and we're figuring out that our
Hold
grandmothers and our
on,
grandfathers,
real quick.
they wasn't lying.
I gotta ask you a bit of a question here. If I
Yes.
say Latinos, natives, and Africans are having an identity crisis, not us, and you say they're not having an identity crisis, we are, and you bring up your Puerto Rican
Yes.
boyfriend, I gotta ask you,
Question.
hold on, ma'am, don't interrupt. Where does your Puerto Rican boyfriend fit on that racial category? Is he a Latino? Is he a native? Is he an African?
Well, he's Puerto Rican, and his mother
Puerto Rican is a
was
nationality, it's not
dark.
an ethnicity, right?
His mother was Taino, and he's Taino all the way. So
Is
and
this
I
something he told you?
yes. Yes.
So he said, I'm Taino all the way. He didn't say like,
Well, I know that he claims it. His mother says that she's Taino, and he is definitely believing it, and he knows it, and it's in him.
and does he
You
ever
know.
speak of any Spanish heritage?
Yes, he speaks of his Spanish heritage, but
Oh, so Taino and Spanish, I got you. And does he ever speak of any African heritage?
yes, I mean his mother. His
So it's
mother
not
is
that
dark.
hold on. So it's not that he's Taino all the way and we have an identity crisis. It's that he's Taino, Spanish, and African.
Right, and he knows it, and a lot of us have heard things, but as you already know, the way they classify us, Negro, colored, Black, African American, and I know because I am a history teacher, I know that a lot of those things that my grandmother taught me and what I've heard is absolutely true. The first page on one of my history books that I teach my children shows a Seminole Indian, and she's jet black with long, beautiful hair.
Well,
So
I get
yeah,
that. I think we're just confused as to why you're saying
we're
that Black
confused.
Americans are having an identity crisis because we're now researching our indigeneity.
Exactly. That's what's going on.
Ma'am,
And I
wait,
really
wait.
want to know.
I don't think you understand. That makes zero sense. You, as an educator, to say that people researching their genealogy is having an identity crisis, ma'am, respectfully, that's an asinine statement to make. Words matter. The definition of an identity crisis is a period of uncertainty, confusion, or inner conflict about one's sense of self values or role in society. Feelings of insecurity or instability. Black Americans aren't feeling insecure. Black Americans aren't feeling instability. Black Americans are feeling curiosity. Black Americans are feeling excited because a lot of research is coming out proving definitively our Aboriginal heritage. But to say that we have an identity crisis because some of us are doing genealogy research for the first time, I don't see how you can qualify that statement, especially as an educator. And I do think it was so strange how you came up saying that your boyfriend was Taino all the way, but you didn't mention the Spanish nor the African heritage until I pulled that up out of you. It was just Taino all the way. For all we know, he's 100% Taino. Not that there's a lot of them walking around anymore. We won't get to that, but it's not until I ask you further questions that we get into, oh, he's mixed with Taino and Spanish and African, but it sounds like he just identifies as Taino. It sounds like he just 100% goes with the Taino identity, which, damn, that would be more akin to an identity crisis than Black Americans researching their indigeneity. Someone who definitively has African, Spanish, and Indigenous heritage, but only identifies with the Indigenous Taino heritage, that's an identity crisis. Not a Black American whose ancestors were victimized by paper genocide. Not a Black American who was miseducated and filled with propaganda by the same public education school system you serve, respectfully. I mean, I don't really think that's an identity crisis, especially when we compare that to your Puerto Rican hubby. But real quick, before you have a chance to respond, I would really love to see what my audience thinks about this. This is an interesting conversation we're having. El Bay says Tainos are Indigenous American. Yes, absolutely. Someone says poor lady. What the heck? Nola says she's biased. Analyze the page says she's tainted. She's digmatized. The chop says,
Wait a
bruh.
minute.
Ma'am, I'm just reading comments. We're in a public space. You got to be able to take public comment. It's okay. We'll give you a chance to respond in just a moment. I just got to read through the comments. Someone says, Lord. Analyze the page says, our poor school system. Sister Moon says, we are not confused. Icon the nurse says, black folks aren't having an identity crisis. Chop says, how is that a crisis? Proud is cracking up. Icon the nurse says, where is she teaching history? Laugh emoji. Analyze the page says, this is why my babies can't be in public school. Hey, this is crazy to think that you got a Black American history teacher who may be educating your children, and subconsciously she feels that we're having an identity crisis. I mean, the more you know. Icon the nurse says she's the wrong person to be teaching history. And my own lane 7 says she's rambling, but she meant well. Yeah, above all else, I think she meant well. I think her intentions are pure. I just think that we
Can I
probably have to
speak?
sharpen up. Yep, after I'm done reading through the comments, just like I said earlier. I'm halfway through. Chop says facts. Brian says you're silly. Chop says she hit us with the his story teacher. Hey. Nola says got her. Analyze the page says she sounds older too, kind of gullible. Sister's giving us skull emojis. We know what that means. Hamboy says, I'm awakening. And shout out to Hamboy. Hamboy's on the panel. Hamboy's a genealogy client of mine. And yes, when he hit me up to do his family's research and stuff, I never thought to myself, oh, this is a man with an identity crisis. I thought this is a person who's awakening, who needs some guidance. I mean, Nola says, I'm done. Yeah. Mastering Monday says, I think we're in shock. We're angry, hurt, etc. Okay, I feel you. Well, Minnie, go ahead and respond to the comments and anything you want to. Oh, wait. Actually, I'm sorry. I totally neglected my YouTube audience. I got one comment from YouTube. Poison Ivy says, everyone is so damn rude to Black women. Y'all dudes got no respect.
Yes.
Go ahead, Minnie.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I respect your channel. I like your channel. Like I said, and I'm being very honest right now. I've always heard that we have Native American ancestry. And also we're bombarded with a lot of these slavery pictures, and we all came from slavery and this and that. So when I tuned into your channel, I began to think about the stories that I heard from my people. And I began to think hard about it and really looked at those surnames and saw a lot of my people's surnames in that registry, which made me say, well, they wasn't lying. I am possibly Native. So which made me want to consult you, book a consultation and learn more about me. And maybe I can confirm it and know that it's not, just stories. And for people to say that I'm gullible or I'm a horrible history teacher, that's terrible. That's a terrible thing to say, especially how oppressed we have been as a people, how they've cut things up, how they've changed our descriptions throughout time. To hear that is very disappointing. And yeah, I agree with the lady on YouTube. You guys are very hard on Black women. And it's sad because I really look up to your channel. And
well, before you continue, Minnie, just a slight correction. I don't think anybody's being hard on you because of your race or your gender. I think it's because you said our community's having an identity crisis and they took issue with that. I think if you were European and a man, they would still take issue with that. I think if you were Chinese and a man, they would still take issue with that. I think if you're a Pakistani and a man, they'd still have a problem with it and probably have some slick comments to say in return. So please, above all else, I don't want you to get confused and think this has anything to do with you being black or being a woman. But go ahead, Minnie, continue.
I just think it's horrible for people to criticize somebody for trying to learn about who they are. And that's it. I just want to know who I am really. And if that's a problem for some, then I guess it is.
Yeah. And I think that we're coming to a common ground, because you just said it's kind of messed up to criticize someone who's trying to learn who they are. Well, that's what we felt like you just did to us. When you said that Black Americans have an identity crisis, but your Puerto Rican boyfriend doesn't because he identifies as Taino all the way. I mean, that was a harsh and critical
What I
comment
was
to me.
saying was
Ma'am,
he
why are you
knows.
interrupting me, ma'am? You talking about respect and Black women this. Please don't interrupt the host. So again, if you're going to say, I think it's messed up for people to be harsh on someone just trying to find out who they are, well, our community by and large is trying to get in tune with who they are, and you just labeled us as having an identity crisis, and then try to juxtapose us to your Puerto Rican boyfriend as if he's
Well,
like,
I
and you're
think I'm talking
interrupting me
about.
again. Good
I don't.
Lord. You can go back from whence you came. Go on YouTube and watch reruns of Soul Train. Oh, hey, this ain't for you. You ain't got no decorum. You really gave me the groveling, I'm a Black woman, respect me routine, and you can't even hold your tongue when the host is speaking? Yeah, next, Grandma. Realistically, go ahead, unmute yourself, as long as you're done coughing. No, I'm messing with you. I'm teasing you.
I apologize.
I'm
Hey,
just joking. I'm just joking. Let us know
no,
where you're
no,
calling in
I
from and
appreciate
what's
you.
on your mind.
I'm calling in from Texas, and I apologize for coughing. I didn't know I was unmuted.
I'm teasing you. I'm teasing. It's all good. It's all good.
I appreciate it. I appreciate that.
We said, who is
But-
that coughing up a lung now?
I know, but it's very simple. It's very simple. She's a history teacher, not to, attack her in any measure, but you can, as a history teacher, you would think that you at least go and look at the pictures of the early accounts and the early settlers as they, sorry, when they took pictures of the indigenous people, and you can look at those indigenous people and look at some has straight hair, some has fuzzy hair, some has kinky hair. They were all black skin, big noses. You can go to, there's one that I posted from Massachusetts Science Society, right? I haven't uploaded it yet, but the evidence is there and it's clear. It's right there. All you have to do is do a little due diligence and do a little research.
Oh, wait, and real quick, shout out to Melanin. Melanin on YouTube says she's stuck on stupid. Yeah, guys, there was one person in my YouTube comment section that says, you're so rude, Mike. So I need some feedback. TikTok, YouTube, put a 0 in the chat if you guys think I just did her so dirty, and put a 1 in the chat if you understand where I was coming from. Give me some engagement. Give me some engagement. Cast your vote. But realistically, what do you think about the prompt? And also let us know what you think about that last lady. I mean, as much as we want to give our sister a break, she's the opposition. She in bed with the opposition. She get her checks cut by the opposition. We can't trust her. Respectfully, she's a member of the community, respect Black women, all that good stuff. But if we just gonna call a spade, you're a history teacher. You're working to program our children with this false narrative. And then the fact that she's talking about wanting to learn more about her. So, I mean, a history teacher should at least know her own family's history. And that's not to diss anybody, because we're all on our different journey of awakening. But I'm just like, damn, this is a strange dynamic.
And it's quite simple. You hear the guy, Cujo, he comes up and he said, Black people aren't indigenous. If Black people aren't indigenous, then there's no such thing. Black people have been on this planet before, and every human being comes from Black people. Now, whether it was from America or Africa, it's still open for debate. Research hasn't been fully completed in the Americas. They're discovering mounds here now. So you know, discovery, I mean, the updating of science and information is a continual process. So for people to be so locked in this ideology and unaware of who put us in this condition, what were their motives, and how do they keep you in this condition perpetually?
Yep, I agree.
In perpetuity. So something has to be, you know, this guy's elevator is not going all the way to the top, because if you don't have questions, if you're not curious, and if you just take the word of your enslaver or your captor and say, okay, I'll take their definition of who I am, when all the research is right there in front of your face, scientifically, anthropologically, I don't know if that's the right
you
term.
said that right. Yep, anthropologically. And actually, real
yeah.
quick, Errol O, good brother. I sent you a couple emails. Why aren't you getting back to me, Errol? Unless I got you confused with someone else. Errol O, I'm pretty sure you signed up in the monthly mastermind group for the website, and I sent you an email trying to let you know that we had a session coming up. Tap in with me, Errol. Tap in with me. I want to make sure that you're getting your money's worth for that monthly mastermind group. Some people in the chat says he speaks with us a forked tongue. Hey, in my own lane, maybe you want to come up here and let us know why you're skeptical of realistically. But real quick, before we get back to realistically, I know we got a couple more people to get to. Then we're going to chop it up all amongst ourselves. Sarah Lee is back. Sarah Lee, what's on your mind?
Okay, and I'm off mute. What's on my mind? I agree with everything Realistic said. I'm wondering too, what were their motives back then? I think we got a clear picture of that. What were their motives? It was to strip away our sovereignty, our rights to land, and, you know, create this caste system. But I'm like, what are their motives now? Because now we see too that there are institutions like these commercial DNA companies that are upholding this lie. And I've been doing deep DNA research. And I've found how we actually, even though they are giving majority, like most of Black Americans, majority West African or Sub-Saharan African DNA, we actually are not one-to-one matching with them. And what I mean is we don't one-to-one match with modern West Africans. And so that's upsetting because they're using an algorithm to do closely matches, and they're matching us to populations of people who we do not actually closely match with too. And then also, I've been doing analysis with ancient genomes, you know, about Lucia and Kenwick Man and Clovis and all that. And my family's never talked about having Native American ancestry. I've heard it from some cousins I've met through DNA matching, but my family never historically talked about it. But I'm as a Black woman or who's had mulatto ancestry, how do I match with all these ancient American remains? And then I think I figured out a way to prove that we were here first through our DNA. Because I also have strong matching with, it's called ancient Northern Eurasian remains, and then also Malta from Siberia. So I'm floored, I'm shocked, I'm just speechless. And then like when I'm seeing, like you, to answer your question, Latinos, Natives, and Africans are having an identity crisis. I believe they are. I caught the video you showed of the African woman, and I'm just like, how is what is going on with us creating a crisis for them in their identity? I'm completely confused about that.
We ruined their African identity. What can we say? It is what it is, what it's going to be. And actually, if you watch that video in length, she says that us identifying as Indigenous makes her shrink and shrink and shrink until there's not going to be any Africa left. That's what she said.
Africa is the largest continent in the world. Like, I don't get it. I don't get
Hey.
it. And then I see all these, comments from these so-called Native American people who are, being really hateful and racist.
Keyword so-called. Shout out to all the Siberian
Keyword
Huskies.
so-called. And I've been challenging them since I've been doing DNA research. I'm like, okay, well, you know what? Upload your raw DNA to GEDmatch. Give me your kit number. We can do a live and comparing your kit number or your kit to mine. Because I can prove I have ancient American and I have ancient Eurasian DNA, which is older. And I have
wait, and let's pause real quick. I think Minnie is still crashing out in my comment section. Help me out. Was Minnie the same woman who came on my panel asking me about advice on the dolls roll and stuff? Or was that a different woman? Help me out, panel members. Is that the same woman who was asking me about the dolls roll and? Okay, so everyone in the comment section says yes. Yeah, okay. Ma'am, if you thought that I was being rude before, you're gonna really think I'm gonna be rude now, because I'm gonna be very frank and very direct with you. I'm a professional genealogist. I told you your ass can go book a consultation, but instead I gave you game for free, and you still had such lack of decorum that you couldn't hold your tongue, and you had to interrupt the host. Miss Historian, you don't know how to research on your own, ma'am. You're coming to a guy on TikTok for help. I give you game for free, and you still get in your feelings and crash out. Why? Because the chat lit your ass on fire. Because the chat just called you out. You're digmatized by a Puerto Rican. You try to shit on us. Big up your Puerto Rican hubby, talking about he's all Taino. He's Taino all the way. But you didn't mention none of the African or the Spanish until I pulled that up out of you. And then you had the nerve to interrupt me. And guys, I just remembered that this is the same broad who was trying to pick my brain for free 99, talking about, hey, Mike, how do you know about the dolls roll? And if somebody's on the dolls roll and da-da. Yeah, I'm so mean to you, huh? Answering your genealogy questions free of charge is so mean. Or was it the fact that we were calling you out because of your asinine comments, claiming we have an identity crisis because some of us are getting in touch with our Aboriginal roots? Ma'am, you have an identity crisis. You're a historian that doesn't know history. You're misleading our youth. You're a part of the problem, not the solution. Lord, shame. Shame. One more time for the people in the back. Shame. Damn, we got an Agent Smith over here crying, woe is me. Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord. I don't know, guys. Maybe she's pulling the kids to the side. Maybe she's pulling the black kids to the side saying, hey, you know what? Like, Uncle Sam is making me teach you this bullshit, but really, I want you to look up this video and I want you to read this book on your own time and know that not all of us come from Africa. Nah, she over there perpetuating transatlantic slave myths and then gonna get over here and tell us we're having an identity crisis. Ma'am, go to sleep. It is past your bedtime. You don't want these problems. Your feelings are hurt and it's only gonna get worse. It's not gonna get better. And the crazy part is, I didn't really have to like call you out your name or get wild or get belligerent. I just got to kill you with facts. And it hurt, don't it? But I digress. Sarah, what do you have to say? Especially about those that come amongst us and are so disrespectful yet extract. I mean, they extract knowledge, they extract wisdom, but then at the same time, they don't know how to reciprocate basic generosity, i.e., don't interrupt the host when he's speaking. But Sarah, what do you think about this? Maybe I was just so harsh on her, guys. Maybe I was just so harsh.
Well, I came in midway, so I don't know what she was saying prior, but I feel like I don't know if she really understood the question. And I kind of still feel like she
Hey, now she's in the comment section saying, and you are turning me away for wanting to know who I am. Ma'am, you're a grown-ass woman. You are too old to be in my TikTok live stream comment section crying about someone turning you away. You too old for this. Stop it. It's not a
Yeah,
good
her
look.
word choice wasn't
Ain't
right.
nobody
but-
turning you away from nothing, ma'am. Go do your own research. Go work on your identity crisis. Go learn who you are. And maybe you should do that before you teach the youth history. But I digress. I digress. Oh, and I knew she was going to hit me with that, y'all. I thought she was going to hit me with the sooner. Remember when she was up here, guys, and she was like, yeah, Mike, I saw your website, Mike, and I saw your tribal surname tab, Mike, and I was just thinking, I dreamed a dream that maybe one day I'd maybe book a consultation with you, Mike. And I thought when she brought that up, she was gonna bring some but now you're mean to me, but I don't want to. But guys, she long stroked us. She's finally hitting us with what we knew she was going to hit us with earlier. Now she's in the comment section saying, for you to treat potential customers like this is awful. Ma'am, guess what? Since I run my own business, I have the luxury of accepting whoever I want as clientele. You are not someone I want as a client. Let it sink in. Do your own research. It's all good. No hurt feelings. Bye. Good night. Lay off the Alizé. Sarah, what's on your mind?
I'm just gonna say this actually and hop off. I saw some comments about what I was speaking regarding DNA, and I see that a lot of people don't understand how it works. Yes, these commercial tests, they are inaccurate, they are limited, and they are very biased, and they're going off of a narrative, which is the slave narrative. But that doesn't mean that we cannot use DNA to prove our indigenous roots. And it's not through blood test, it's comparing our DNA to ancient remains. Try to do some research on it and pick up, you can create a free GEDmatch account of mine and create a DNA kit. So if anything, I would offer to help people. If you cannot find paper trails, like it's hard for me actually, I can help people figure out or find where their DNA matches with ancient remains, which are here in America. And I don't know, one of these girls said that nobody's upset, or I'm the only one that's upset. I highly doubt it. People who've been lied to and are just now finding out about these things, I can't imagine not being upset. So maybe that's you, but that sure ain't me.
I feel it.
Yeah, that's it.
I feel it. Well, hey, before we segue to the last 109, I got to hear from Handboy. I mean, Handboy is actually a genealogy client of mine. Handboy, did I just turn you off from using my services? Are you sitting here thinking, man, why did I hire Mike? He's so disrespectful to Black women.
No, I don't think it was disrespectful. It was just, I think at first I thought she meant well, but then she got very disingenuous when she was like, we having an identity crisis, and she went to, my boyfriend is her husband is Puerto Rican.
She was trying to dick slap.
me.
No, she was trying to dick slap us with her Puerto Rican hubby's Johnson. Talking about you guys have an identity crisis, but my Puerto Rican man, he's all Taino. He's all Taino. He's Taino all the way. He's Taino all the way. What the fuck is a Taino all the way? What does that mean?
Because I just had a family reunion, and I wish I had a picture of my granddad, because I asked my a lot of people was wearing the family reunion shirts. When we had a family reunion, we wear a shirt. And I'm like, Granny, who's that Indian man that everybody ran around? And she was like, boy, that's your granddaddy. I said,
God. Hey, shout out to
I
Icon
was
the
like,
Nurse.
well, he don't look like he came from Africa. She was like, boy, we've been telling you for years that you got like you're not African. So I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I'm doing this genealogy or whatever, and then that's what they was telling me, that my granddad was Choctaw, possibly Choctaw Chick. So I can't which one, and my grandmother was Creek, and I'm like, wow, I didn't know that. That was so it's just wow. And it's just funny, like we have an identity crisis, and I don't know.
It don't sound like an identity crisis to me. Like your family passed down oral tradition of your indigenous roots. You're now researching it. I mean, Such a crisis. Such a crisis. We're all
Yeah,
running
that's why
around
I'm
like Chicken Little.
confused. Like, what? I'm more happy and excited, and I just feel like once I get the proof that I'm just gonna rub it in people's faces like you're African. I'm like, no, I'm not. I think they want Africans want to claim to us because we did something, and they want to be more respectable. But all they have to do is just build up Africa, like Abraham trying. If stop looking west, to fix your problems, just build yourself up.
Shout out
from
to Abraham, whatever his name is. He out there
Yeah,
paving
he's
roads.
doing it.
Okay.
He's not asking for no help. He put people back. He put his people back on the farms. That he's building roads. He's building infrastructure, and he's not asking anybody for help. Like he using the resources.
Hold on, real quick.
Under his feet.
I wanted
So
to
I'm
acknowledge
confused.
Icon's comment. Icon the nurse says the identity crisis and then trying to big up her husband over black folks didn't sit right with me. Yes, so y'all noticed that too. It was just such weird rhetoric coming from her. Come on. My man, he's Taino all the way. His grandma's dark skin. He's Taino all the way. So y'all are having that. Like, ma'am, I just got back from Puerto Rico not too long ago. Stop it. There ain't nobody running around who's full-blooded 100% Taino. There are a few Taino remaining. They over in the mountains. You ain't gonna find them in Old San Juan. Stop it.
Yeah, I'm happy with it. I'm happy with so far, and I can't wait till you finish the research to find out like where everything. Like, I'm excited. So
yeah,
I don't feel like I'm having an identity crisis. I don't feel like I'm.
Well, hey brother.
Or...
After seeing how angrily I disrespect black women, I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't ask for a refund. Okay, you know, I'm so sorry that I disrespect our black queen mother elders. You know, I don't know what's wrong with
Nobody
me.
disrespected her. We just, I mean, we black people, we gonna tell our jokes. Even when we tell you what it is, we gonna tell our jokes. I just think she ain't like that. We told jokes when we was telling them what it was.
As soon as she read
nobody
the comment
called
section.
her. Yeah, and nobody called her a bitch or anything derogatory. She was like, we told her a little joke, and we told you about yourself, and you ain't like it. So now you feeling victim. Like,
yeah,
you can't if you don't want nobody to
it's
criticize.
Clicking.
Don't
Wait, hold on. It's
criticize
clicking. It's clicking. Now she's in the comment section talking about, of course, the black man will be disrespectful. Guys, it's clicking. She was bigging up her Puerto Rican man over. She's a divester, y'all. She's one of these divestors. She's one of these, angry at the black man. I went and got me a Puerto Rican man. Y'all got an identity crisis. It's coming together now, y'all. It's coming together. I finally figured her out. But you know what? We do have another guest, the last one, 09. Go ahead, unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from. What's on your mind? Last one, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
All right, go for it.
Calling in from Oakland, California, as usual when I do talk to you. But I just wanted to be quick and brief because I'm at work. Now, you and I believe we're family, just like the other guy. My lineage came from Henderson County, North Carolina. On my father's side, we're Creek. And then when we come back towards Louisiana, on my mother's side, we're Choctaw, Chickasaw. She was born in Chickasaw County, Louisiana. I get to my, sorry about that.
Now, hold on just a second. Hold on just a second. If we gonna get on realistically for coughing, we got to get on the Hamp Boy for burping on the mic, okay? Make sure you mute yourself before you start belching on the microphone, okay, brother? Come on now. We got some people listening who are truckers. They on the road. They done heard that belch and they done started swerving and stuff. You putting shipments at risk right now, okay? Oh, it was you?
I was walking down the stairs.
Oh, my bad. I thought it was Hamp Boy.
It was you. Telling you I was at work.
The last one, you better not burp on my stage again. No, I'm joking.
Sorry about that. No. I had to get down to a quiet spot.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Brother, go ahead.
So on my identity, I found all of this stuff. Henderson County, North Carolina, Creek on my father's side. I get to my mom's side in Louisiana, Choctaw, Chickasaw. And on her dad's side, they're Cherokee, right? My uncle was a congressman, represented Oakland for a long time. So we've been privy to this information by going into that Library of Congress when we were kids. So I've known this stuff since I was probably like 12 years old. and get a lot of information. So basically, growing up, I'm gonna say I've always known who I was, and I'm about to be 65 years old in about 2 months. And it just irks me so much when I hear these people who are so lost in thinking they're Africans when I haven't found one in my lineage. And we've been here forever. That's all I gotta say. I lost my breath too.
My bad, I was on mute. Even if you did find a distant African ancestor, I mean, that'll make you an African now.
Yeah, but I haven't found any. And I've been doing this for a long, long time.
Yeah.
I didn't see no boat history or none of that stuff. And even from my Mississippian bloodline, it's on the Mississippi people, we still haven't found any of that. I've seen some Caucasians in there.
Mm-hmm.
Because I even got the little freckles around my nose like you have. But I haven't seen any in all these years. And like I'm almost about the last one left outside of my children. And they have none of these features. And they do have the freckles around their nose too.
Mm-hmm.
So that freckle DNA has obviously been with us for a long time.
Oh yeah.
Because it's a strong trait.
Most definitely. And it's kind of a misconception that it comes from European admixture. You know, I've come across plenty of Black Americans who have freckles. Maybe not as many or as pronounced as some people who may be mixed with European, but you know, I still see some Black folks with some freckles.
Oh yeah. And I appreciate you, man. I try to catch you every day when I get the time to sit down, because I don't get much time to sit down at the job. So when I do, I sit down and listen to you, and I've learned so much from you. And like I've told you before, you know, it just does my heart just so much to hear you talk every day. I try to tune in every day.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it, brother. Make sure to tap in YouTube. My YouTube channel is Mike TV. So, you know, if you ever miss a live on TikTok or you come late and you're like, man, I wonder what I missed, all of my live streams are over on YouTube to watch.
I'm already on there. Gotcha.
Nice. You already tapped in then. Hey. And you know what? It looks like we got Chop calling in. I think we talked to Chop earlier. Chop, lay it on us. What's on your mind?
Not much, man. I was just tapping back in with you guys. But I would like to say this though, man, to everybody on here. Again, let's continue to just stay focused on the topics and really actually get some out of this shit. Cause, bro, if you're a history teacher and you struggling with your history, man, please, we got real people that's really trying to get genealogy done. So let's get the real work here. That's it.
Nah. Forget that, brother. You got to hold me accountable, one Black man to another. I can't be disrespecting these Nubian queens and gods of the earths, okay? I can't be going out like that.
You silly, bro. Nah, you good, man. We good.
For sure. And you know what? I got somebody else trying to call in. My presence is pressure. Miss Pressure. You may be pressure, but your Wi-Fi ain't. Okay, it's still trying to connect. It's still spinning. Okay, and it just dropped. All right. If only the Wi-Fi was pressure like you. Come on. No, I'm just teasing. Let's see if we can get her to call back in. Miss Pressure going once, Miss Pressure going twice. Come on, they talking about identity crisis. Talking about identity crisis. She knows she pressure. She ain't got no identity crisis. She know who she is. She pressure. Her presence is pressure. Ain't that right, sister? Go ahead, unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
You're right. I am pressure. We all pressure because we are the gods. We them people. We all pressure.
And pressure make diamonds, baby. Lies. Pressure make diamonds. Let's talk about it.
All day long.
And we ain't talking no moissanite neither, okay? We talking natural.
Not none of that cubic zirconia stuff. We the real deal. Hey, I be watching your lives sometimes from the highway. I be seeing your videos. Keep doing what you're doing. Hey, our people are waking up. We've been lied to for too long. You know what I'm saying? And it's like what's her name? Mimi, whatever her name was. She came up here gaslight. You know what I'm saying? And for her to stand 10 toes down on her I don't like to use the word black because we're not black, but that's how we communicate. For her to stand 10 toes down with him when he's a mixed breed and try to downgrade the guys, the black male, it's something wrong right there. She don't like her daddy because she ain't married somebody that look like her daddy. That's if she had one. I don't know that.
Fuck it.
You know what I'm saying? And then for her to come and say that you was rude to her, you was rude to her nowhere. You gave her opportunity after opportunity. And she still was trying to play on your top, our top. But she's a history teacher. That's dangerous. And it's sad that we have so many people that look like us that teach like that. But they're not willing to go against the grain to teach our children who they truly are. That's why we need to start homeschooling our children so they can't be misled anymore. I digress. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Oh, no, I feel you. I feel you. It's all about being a part of the solution. Actually, right now, behind the scenes, I'm working on launching a course. A lot of us can't homeschool our children, but at bare minimum, we can supplement their education. And by all means, the school can teach them math. The school can teach them science. But when it comes to history, they need to have an alternative source, some supplemental education when it comes to history. So yeah, I'm definitely picking up what you're putting down, sister. And that was so strange how she's saying that we have an identity crisis when the man that she's bigging up is a Spaniard mixed with African, but identifying as Taino.
I'm sorry.
That sounds like an identity crisis to me.
I'm sorry, don't drive me. But she's dealing with a mixed breed, a mutt. And she had the audacity to come up here and downgrade our guys. No, that ain't right.
Talk about it. Talk about it. And you know what? We got Analyze the Page coming from the back to the front. Let the people know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
I'm calling from Georgia. Yes, I was rude to the lady because you don't lead with that. You don't lead with that and then say you a history teacher and then I already knew it was gonna go left when she led with her husband and what he was and stuff like that. Her thought process, she can't think properly because of what she do at home. And I know she be at home at them schools downgrading them little black boys too, so-called black boys too, based off of how she thinks. So yeah, no, that was out. I was rude, and I'm gonna be rude about it every time. So yeah, I'm over with that. I had a real question though earlier before we even got to her and all her.
Hold on. We will officially stop talking about the rude old head historian Puerto Rican lover after we acknowledge Errol O's comment. Okay, this is gonna be the last one. Errol O said, "I'm scared to think of what she is teaching our kids." Hey, Errol, she teaching our kids whatever Uncle Sam tell her. She comes into work, she gets a memo. They say, hey, you're going to teach them this and then teach them this. And Columbus was a hero and he discovered America. And she says, okay. And then she goes and teaches our youth that. But we ain't going to mention her no more. Analyze the Page says that guys, am I being petty or am I being honest? I mean, put petty in the comment if you think I'm being petty.
You weren't rude at all. It was us in the comments. You weren't rude at all. But anyway, I had a question about the reclassification because I know you done seen a lot of roles, you done seen a lot of documentation. If you have found other people who might not have been melanated, so-called black people classified as Negro, because I'm starting to hear that rhetoric now. I see white people or other people just saying that, everybody was classified, or a lot of other people were classified as Negroes, who may not have actually been black or melanated. And it made me think that, I don't know if that's true or not, but it made me think about, I do believe that Irish people at one point in time were like Negro, or they had slurs for Irish people that were similar to slurs to us. So I was wondering if you have seen that or come across that in any other type of genealogy you've done.
Great question. So, were there other tribes of people or groups of people classified, reclassified to Negro? Yes. Were they reclassified to Negro but had no Negro phenotype? No. How do you do that? Why do you call somebody a Negro if they present as a white tea person? Why do you call somebody a Negro or a colored if they have blonde hair, blue eyes? That wasn't happening like that. And let's not get the Irish thing conflated. When the Irish came over, they were at the bottom of the European caste system. Guess what? They're still part of the European caste system. The European caste system is still above the indigenous and the African caste system. So, the Irish were discriminated against by their fellow Europeans, but they weren't reclassified to Negro. Their documents were changed to Negro. Nobody enslaved them on plantations. No. Actually, what they did is they found a way to fit in to the white dominant society, and they started shitting on Negroes so that they can get accepted as white tea Americans. And that's how the Irish became white tea.
Right.
Let's
Yeah,
talk
I'm
about it.
aware.
Let's talk
Okay.
about it. But no. Other ethnic groups can make whatever claims they want to make. I'm sure that those cracked out natives are on the res talking about, oh yeah, we were reclassified as Negro too. Where's the documentation?
Right. Yeah, so that was my only question. I had that earlier. I had put it in the chat, but I don't think you saw it. So that was my question.
Oh yeah, no, my bad. I must have missed it in the
No,
chat
you
earlier.
good. You good. I know it's a lot going on. But yeah, I'm just starting to see people trying to use that. It's just like everybody's just using our argument, our points, and throwing them back at us at this point. So it's like, yeah, all those groups
they all sit into our live streams.
It's like y'all can't even come up with authentic terms. Y'all are literally using our own terms back at us, and it's just like, come on, like it's ridiculous.
Yeah, they sit in on all of our live streams. They take notes and try to figure out a way to debunk us, and still they come up with nothing. Absolutely nothing.
It's because again, like this is how powerful and how much it means for us to know who we are. Because the moment we truly, really identify as indigenous people and really hone into that energy, all this shit is over with. Everybody gotta go. Everybody gotta go, and we gotta clean up our backyard. And it's time for us to clean up. And they know this. They know that once we really lock into and we lock arms fully into this indigenous aspect of who we truly are, it's over with. We Thanos. We the end game. Our knowing of who we are, not believing, but our knowing is end game. And that's what they afraid of. That's why they fight so hard to make sure we are misidentified. They fight so hard to make sure we don't know who we are at a authentic level, because they know just us knowing that our existence alone goes against the whole system. Just us existing goes against their whole system and paradigm that they created to shut us down.
Yeah.
I want to say
real
this.
quick.
I agree.
Kilo Vasquez says, "Does anyone have a family tree?" I'm not sure if that's a rhetorical question or a literal question. I am a genealogist, so I literally create dozens of family trees a month. But yeah, that's a strange question to ask.
Was it a trick question? Was it like a trick question?
I think they might be trolling. I don't know.
They be talking to themselves out loud. That's all, y'all.
I believe so, because we got a mother, we got a father, we got a grandmother, we got a grandfather. They had a mama, they had a daddy. I don't know. They be gaslighting.
Oh wait, hold
trolling.
on. So Kilo Vasquez says a family tree would validate a lot of stuff, and the sky is blue. Yes, yeah. And you know what also validates stuff? Having tribal citizenship, just like the citizenship card you see right there. I mean, it's just strange, y'all. I mean, I think some people just don't have the opportunity to practice socialization. Like just imagine we chilling at the potluck, we in the backyard, we smoking, we drinking, right? And this dude just comes up. Hey, does anyone have a birth certificate? Or excuse me, wait, no, he didn't say birth certificate. He said family tree. Does anyone have a family tree?
Because they don't have family.
Yeah.
Yes. They're very isolated people.
We've got family trees. Why do you ask? Oh, because a family tree would validate a lot of stuff. Okay, yeah. Do tell more. Is there something you wanted to get off your chest?
And it's sad they don't even know what a family tree is.
Hey, but you see how we talking amongst this? I love this shit. Like how we talking amongst each other, we laughing and shit. Like this is what they afraid of, because I swear it's such a good time with us as a people. Like one thing we know as indigenous people is to have a good time and to speak the truth and live in it. Like
I agree with that. And I want to say this to the prompt. You know, the Latinos, the natives, the Africans, what they have in common, they have caste system beliefs that they've been taught. And they figure that we are on the lower tier of that caste system. And you know it's been pervasive in the Latin world. They only now start recognizing the darker skinned people of those countries.
This year, literally, they president just did it this year, said the indigenous people of Mexico are black. 2025.
Yes. So, and then you have the Africans with their supremacist ideology, because they're so tribal, not to cast a shadow on tribal, but they live amongst other melanated people, right? Yet they fight amongst those melanated people. So you can't literally trust anything they say or anything about them, because their ideology is totally different from ours. We've been forced and molded, and what you say, you've been pressed like a diamond to have a different mindset. So we are more communal. And if you look throughout the course of our history, we've always been motivated to build communities for our people. And when we know the results of what happened after we settled in and we started creating commerce and dealing with our only community. So the history is there. How come that history teacher didn't know? The people that she's calling the Tainos are a different race of people. There's always been different ethnic groups of people. The natives here are claiming that we're stealing their identity.
I don't
Your
claim to be
identity
a
has
Plains
nothing to do with
Indian.
ours.
I do not
Exactly.
claim to be from the plains. I do not claim to descend from the wanderers of Buffalo. No. I descend from the mound builders. Totally different ethnic group.
Totally different ethnic group, totally different race.
We didn't eat the animals.
It's all propaganda.
We didn't eat the animals. We lived and was one with them. We was one with nature.
Propaganda.
We was one with
I think we
essence.
might have still been meat eaters though. But I feel you.
Yeah, I agree, because I think it was 1968 when when cannibalism was known to be.
But she onto something though, because if you really look back in our old pictures and like when we would get offerings, it would be a lot of fruit there. We didn't start really getting into blood worship and blood things until we got in contact with the Spaniards and these white tea people. We were people of nature, and we had a respect and reverence of nature. And this is why we had the covenant of God, which is the covenant of nature. Because
real quick, someone in the comment section, Jordan says, we are not Native Americans, we come from Africa. Jordan, correction, you come from Africa. And I don't know why you coming from Africa is not good enough for you, and why you have to take your heritage and your identity and try to force it on us. You're African, be a proud African. Matter of fact, why don't you move to Africa? Leave us alone. But guys, we have a new panel member, Tamira Bell. Go ahead, unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Hi, I'm calling from Texas.
Well, shout out to Texas. Lay it on us. The prompt of the evening says Latinos, natives, and Africans are having an identity crisis, not us. Do you agree or do you disagree with that
I
statement?
totally do agree. I'm not having a crisis whatsoever. Not a day goes by that I don't think that I'm what I am. I don't think that. But here's the thing. I can't speak much on it because I am just now trying to find out who or what tribe my people are from. Like I just had this long conversation with my mom and I'm like, okay, so what was great grandma's name? And what was her maiden name? And what was her, going through our tree so that I can prepare myself to try to find out more. And so I do want to tell you that I appreciate you giving the information because right now I'm scrolling on your page so that I can see what my next steps need to be.
Oh yeah, most def. Well, I would definitely start by checking out that tribal surname tab on the website. Oftentimes we hear this misconception that we get our last name from slave masters, but oftentimes when we do the genealogy, we find our ancestors were never enslaved. So, most people are not aware that tribes during the process of forced assimilation adopted European-esque surnames. So, oh, look, here's my last name, Lane, right there, popping up under the Cherokee list, right? I mean, you'd be really surprised when you check out the tribal surname tab. But if you need more personalized guidance, I definitely recommend booking a one-on-one. If you get value from these live streams and, you learn a bit from my TikTok page or my YouTube, then just imagine what kind of gems I can drop on your family's heritage during a one-on-one 90-minute session.
Yeah, no, I totally do agree. And you are very much so appreciated.
Oh, yeah. Well, I appreciate you tuning in. You don't have to go anywhere. We're going to do a little bit of a round robin before we close out the panel and get back to the video that we were reacting to. Let's start with realistically. Realistically, go ahead and mute yourself. Leave us with some closing remarks. What's on your mind? I mean, I know this broadcast took a interesting turn of events. I didn't think it would be one of our own people trying to claim we got an identity crisis. I mean, that Puerto Rican dick must be something else, y'all. I'm just saying. Pause, no Diddy, no baby oil. I'm just saying the Puerto Rican brother must have laid it on her heavy because she came up here caping for Mr. Puerto Rico. Realistically, you're still on mute. I know it's getting late. He may have fallen asleep. He might be asleep at the wheel, y'all. Realistically going once. Realistically going twice. And thank you for calling in. We'll talk to you later. Chop, go ahead, lay it on us. Closing remarks.
Man, all I'm gonna say is, to Miss Precious, Miss Presence, my presence. I just want to say to all you guys,
that's
I
Miss
love
Pressure right there. That's Miss Pressure.
Yeah, all you guys, I want to just say I love you guys. Continue to stand on indigenous business. And my guy, native black man, I'm gonna be tapping in with you too, bro. We're gonna be chopping in on the back end of this. But I just want to say, you guys, shedding light to all you guys. Continue to stand on indigenous business. Like I said before, own your stuff in front of everybody. Don't tuck your tail for nobody. We walking on indigenous business and we standing strong on that all year long and from this time starting.
That's right, brother. That's right. Thanks for calling in. Don't hesitate to click that button in the future. Peace. And Miss Pressure, lay it on us. Closing remarks.
Closing remarks. I want us to understand that they took our names on. We didn't take their names on. They were the no name, no nothing people. And when they talk about the slave trade, the Slav trade, it was their people coming over 12.5 million through Ellis Isle. Not our people. We always been here. Peace and love and light to the goddess, the original people of this land. I love you all.
Oh, yeah. Feeling is mutual, sister. Wado. Talk to you later. And analyze the page. Lay it on us. Closing remarks.
I just want to say peace to everybody. I enjoyed it. Mike, keep doing your thing. Yeah, I'm with Chop Talk, Californians, because I'm from Compton originally. Yeah, we stand 10 toes down. We know who we are. Miss Pressure, keep that pressure on everybody, and just keep doing our thing. We ain't, they gonna come to us like they always do. So they gonna get on the bandwagon sooner or later, like they always do. So that's all. Y'all have a good night.
Yep. Till next time. Thanks for calling in.
Peace.
And Miss Tamara Bell, I got a
Love
bone
and
to pick with you,
appreciation.
Missy. I got a bone to pick.
Oh, why?
You looking all pretty in your profile picture, and when we go to your profile, it's on private. Okay, we can't see nothing. For all we know, you're a 300-pound Mexican migrant coming up here to infiltrate the community. How do we know that you really are who you say you are?
Oh, yeah, no. And you know what? This is the first time I've ever spoken on anyone's live too.
Oh, I feel special now. There you go.
I am just, no, but I feel special. But no, I like to post a lot. I just go through and look at things that are funny or interesting to me and post things that make some people say, that's all. But no, I get what you're saying and I'm sorry. But I'll have to put something out there of myself, I suppose.
You have to put something out there one of these days. Otherwise, I'll just have to, be satisfied with speaking with you on the panel, which is good enough for me. Okay. Shout out to Miss Lady for calling in. But I gotta ask you, you said you're in Texas. Do you know where your people migrated from originally, or do you have long-standing ties to Texas?
Long-standing ties to Texas, for sure. For sure.
Nice. Sounds good.
Like, yeah, East Texas type stuff here.
And have any of your ancestors passed down oral tradition of any Indians in the family?
No, but but when my people were speaking, I was very young and it just, I would hear something about Indian, but which one? That part, don't know.
I feel you. Got to do that digging.
And that's what I'm excited to start doing, yes. But yeah, again, you are definitely appreciated. Love being on the panel.
Oh, yeah. Well, don't hesitate to click that button in the future. I try to go live every day, at least a few times a week. But yeah, there'll be plenty more opportunities for us to chop it up. But yeah, I'm going to segue back into this video about, dumb diversas, pepper bulls, and whatnot. Speaking of which, have you ever heard of the Doctrine of Discovery, dumb diversas, or pepper bulls?
Nope, I have not.
Oh, shoot. Oh,
I
man.
know. It's okay, but at least I'm starting that part.
Wait a minute now. No. It's not that it's a bad thing or anything. It's just that since you're not really familiar with it, I kind of feel burdened with purpose. I kind of feel like I gotta give you at least a little game on it, at least a little something. I mean, here,
I'm open.
I like to run my platform like the Roman Colosseum. Okay, I give people the luxury of choice. So, guys, put some fists and feathers in the chat. If before segueing back to the video, if you want me to give a quick breakdown on dumb diversas, papal bulls, and how it impacts the reclassification of Native Black Americans. Let me get some feedback. We can get into it. Let's see what the people are saying. All right, hold on. Wait a minute. I'm seeing some fists. I'm seeing some feathers. Analyze the page says, you see how her demeanor is different from Minnie, and they were looking for the same thing. Oh, yeah, way different demeanor from Minnie.
Thank you.
Oh boy! Matter of fact, I was gonna say I don't know if you were even here for that mini experience, but it sounds like you probably were.
I was. No, I was here for dang near the whole thing. Yeah. But that's the thing. I'm looking for, if I have questions, I'm inquisitive, all of that stuff. I'm not about to talk negatively about anybody or anything. I'm trying to find out myself, and you were trying to give her some gems, and she just did what she did.
You can only lead a horse to water, they say.
That part, exactly.
I gotta say though, I just love your accent. Is that a West Texas thing or?
I'm East Texas.
Oh, East Texas, you said. East. Okay. So I'm from the West Coast, but I just moved to Oklahoma like the beginning of the year. So now that I'm in, Oklahoma, I'm going to Texas and stuff sometimes, I'm starting to hear all the different accents of, surrounding areas and stuff. So I'm like, oh, okay. People definitely got a
Yeah.
unique way of speaking out here.
Yeah, we're out here.
Oh yeah. Well, hey, it looks like the people have voted. I'm seeing fists. I'm seeing feathers in the chat. Nola says Mike is in love. Hey, stop it now. You're gonna make me blush, okay? You're gonna make me blush. I'm trying to maintain composure, okay? Come on. Lord, oh Lord. Calling me out, guys. Jeez. I'm about to educate her on the doctrine of discovery and the papal bulls and dem diversa. This is professional, okay? And if you would like to meet up over coffee to discuss genealogy, no, I'm kidding. I'm teasing, y'all. Analyze the page says she sounds adorable. Oh yeah, too adorable. Mills says she's from the countryside of Texas. Okay. I've only been to Texas once. I've been to Texas once. I don't even remember what the name of the town was. It was one of them little towns that was really like 2 freeway exits. Like 2 freeway exits made up the whole town. And it was so dusty.
That's
all these oil
that's a lot of
fields.
Texas.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
was like, man, oh man, I don't know about this Texas, but I don't
It's
know.
okay.
I might have an excuse to visit now, guys. But stay focused. Doctrine of discovery. That's what we're talking about. So as far as the doctrine of discovery and what it had to do with the racial reclassification, Scoot says that man done caught the vapors. Please don't tell me that that's like a Southern expression or something. What the hell does caught the vapors mean? Oh Lord, I don't even think I want to know. I don't want to. I'm catching vapors out here, Lord. I'm catching vapors. And who is texting me as I'm trying to educate about the doctrine of discovery? Okay, so Papal Bulls, doctrine of discovery. Have you ever heard of manifest destiny?
I have.
Okay, so manifest destiny is like the concept, the American concept of like westward expansion, and like we say we want to make our land bigger, and God said it's okay, so manifest destiny, right? Well, manifest destiny actually comes from something called the doctrine of discovery. And the doctrine of discovery was several papal bulls that were issued by the Vatican, by the Pope. Now, what a papal bull is it's basically like a religious law. It's like the Pope, the religious hierarchy is coming up with a law, is coming up with a guideline, is coming up with some kind of ruling, and they refer to it as a papal bull, right? So when we talk about some of these key papal bulls, there's Dum Diversas. Dum Diversas was in 1452. This is actually where Pope Nicholas gave King Alfonso of Portugal the religious right to invade, search, capture, vanquish, and subdue all pagans and anybody that was not Christian, and reduce them to perpetual slavery.
Oh.
So I know this is new information, but the Europeans in their own religion, their own religious figure, the Pope, is literally saying, hey, Portuguese people, it's okay to do whatever you want to them Indians, do whatever you want to them Africans, do whatever you want in the Middle East. If they're not Christians, you can enslave them, you can dog them out, steal their stuff. It don't matter. Why? Because the Pope said it's cool. The Pope gave them the religious go ahead, so to speak.
Wow.
Now, this is actually what set the stage for the transatlantic slave trade and the enslavement of indigenous peoples. Again, that's Dum Diversas, 1452. When we talk about the second papal bull, Romanus Pontifex, that was in 1455. And this expanded Dum Diversas, but also gave Portugal exclusive rights to new lands along the African coast and beyond. And it explicitly sanctioned the enslavement of non-Christian people and the seizure of their property. Now, this is where we get to the Americas more so. 1493, Inter Cantera. Inter Cantera was issued by Pope Alexander after Christopher Columbus's first voyage. Remember, Christopher Columbus's first voyage was 1492. Well, a year later, we got Inter Cantera. This actually granted Spain the right to claim and convert lands in Americas, which basically drew a land, or excuse me, not a land. It drew a line to separate the land. So actually, I can probably pull up an exact map for you so you can see what we're talking about here when we say Inter Castera. Now, as somebody who's never heard of this before, this might be a bit surprising. Like, wait a minute, the Europeans, their own religious figure, is saying that it's okay to enslave people and unalive them and do the most craziest of things as long as they're non-Christian. Well, this right here is that map. I'm not sure if you can see this clearly. So Interior Quintera draws a map, or excuse me, draws a line in the map of the earth, and everything west of this line was given to the Spanish. The Spanish can steal it. The Spanish can enslave the people. The Spanish can do whatever they want. Everything east of the line is given to the Portuguese. That's all of Africa. That's all of Asia. That's the Philippine Islands, et cetera, right? So when we hear about Christopher Columbus, well, before there was even Christopher Columbus, there's the Pope issuing these papal bulls, giving these European powers religious permission to go enslave people as long as they're not Christian.
Wow.
Yeah, some pretty heavy stuff, huh?
Yeah.
Now, as far as how it connects to the reclassification of Native Black Americans, you got to understand the doctrine of discovery wasn't just about land. It was actually about control of identity. So if Europeans recognize Native peoples as sovereign or owners of land, then they would have to acknowledge treaties, property rights, and shared authority. So instead, they reclassified them to strip them of legal standing. So that's where you see these color-based caste systems. Early explorers like the Spanish and the English describe many southeastern tribes as black, tawny, copper-colored. Over time, colonial laws redefine them as Negro, African, African-American, right? And again, it was basically legal and religious justification. So under the papal bulls, a Christian nation could enslave or dispossess any non-Christian people. And to maintain this justification, Native Black Americans were deliberately labeled Africans or as slaves, which stripped them from their indigenous status.
Right. That makes sense.
Now, another way that the reclassification plays a part is in the 1700s, I forget the exact date, it was the early 1700s, and a lot of British colonies, they actually outlawed Indian slavery. So guess what happened? When a slave master or a slave trader got caught with some Indian slaves, and the government's like, yo, what are you doing? Guess what they said? Oh no, we got them from Africa. These are Africans. We're good here. Nothing to see. So you see how there was a systematic effort to reclassify Native people as African to get around the banning of the Indian slave trade. So there's many little things like that that they're never going to teach you about in school that really plays a big part.
Right.
And shout out to the comment section. They're saying screen is frozen. Is it just me? I don't know if the screen is frozen for you guys. I do have it stuck on a still image right now. Maybe that's the source of confusion. My presence is pressure says, I have a real question I've been pondering on. Yeah, go ahead and ask your question in the comment section and I'll answer to the best of my ability. Chino says, what do you classify yourself as? Chino, I already gave you the opportunity to join as a guest. I sent you like a couple invites. So if you want me to answer your questions, go ahead and get on the panel and ask away. But yeah. Miss Tamara, what do you think about that? Dumda versus papal bulls, religious justification for enslaving and reclassifying our ancestors.
Right. Anyone that's not Christian, do what you want, says the Pope at that time.
Which is why what goes hand in hand with colonization, these religious organizations, Jesuits, friars, Quakers, Moravians, Protestants, Catholics, Christians, and what are they doing at the same time that they're colonizing? They're trying to convert the natives.
Exactly.
Yeah, I guess deep.
Boy, this is crazy.
But hey, before I bring up another panel member, let me see what the comments section is talking about. And if you have any questions about genealogy or, Native Black American history or anything, go for it. You can pick my brain while you got me up here.
Oh no, I've already spoken a whole lot more than I anticipated.
Perfect.
Again, you are definitely appreciated. For sure. And I'm gonna get with my mom and let her know about your page and all of this too.
Yeah. Well, hey, if you do end up booking a one-on-one, I do allow people to have guests on the virtual call at no extra charge. So, oftentimes it'll be like a mother-daughter duo or a
Oh, that's
son and his
awesome.
aunt and his dad or something, right? So we can definitely make it a family affair.
I do appreciate that. Thank
Yeah,
you.
most def. Well, hey, it was refreshing chopping it up with you. Make sure to call in the future, and you have yourself a
You
great evening.
too. All right. Thank you. You too.
All
Everybody,
right,
have a great one.
take it easy. And now we got Chino. Chino's coming from the back to the front, y'all. We got to transition from speaking with a lovely lady, a PYT as they say, to speaking with a Chino descendant of conquistad. No, I'm kidding. I'm trolling. Chino's finally calling in. We gave him an invitation earlier. He didn't want to accept, but now he's here. Chino, go ahead, unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Oh, I don't know if you could hear me or not. But yeah, I'm calling in from Florida. And, I had a few questions.
Well, go ahead and ask your first question, Chino.
So, what do you classify as?
American Indian. What do you classify as?
I'm Hispanic.
What is Hispanic?
Well, my mom's side of the family, they come from Cuba, and my dad's side comes from Nicaragua. I guess when I say Hispanic, I would say somebody like descended from Spanish blood, I would say.
And when you say Spanish blood, you mean European blood?
Yeah, Spanish European.
I got you. And you said that
Well,
your mother
Spain.
descends from Cuba and your father descends from where?
Nicaragua.
Okay. So if someone was gonna, try to get past this veil of being Hispanic, more specifically your Cuban and Nicaraguan lineage, right?
What was the question again?
Like if we didn't want to just lump you into this Hispanic identity, more specifically, we would say that you're mixed Cuban and Nicaraguan. Is that right?
Yeah, I'd
Okay.
say so.
I got you for sure. Well, do you have another question?
Okay, I guess in my the next question I was gonna ask, where does the native black part go into play? Like was it just like the mischaracterization from what I would say, the mischaracterization from the Europeans, like as you were stating earlier?
I'm a little bit confused by your question. You said where does the native black come from?
Yeah, like on your profile it says native black ancestry.
That's my website and the business I run. Yeah.
I'm not following.
You don't know what native black ancestry means?
No.
Okay. So you know that there's something called Native Americans, right?
Right.
And you do know that Native Americans come in different ethnic groups, right?
Right.
And just like how there are white tea presenting natives or Asiatic presenting natives, there are also black presenting natives.
Okay.
Is that a concept that you can follow along with?
Like black, I would say, as in like people of like darker complexions.
Yeah, you can say melanated, copper
Right.
color, dark skin, brown. I mean, some would say I'm black, but I'm not actually the color of black, right? I'm more like a caramel, So, so when you say you're confused by the term native black ancestry, I mean, are you still confused, or have I made it a little simpler?
Yeah, I understand better now.
Perfect.
I think in my confusion is like I was thinking like people that are like African Americans saying, "Oh, I'm not, I'm not black, I'm native." You know what I'm saying?
Well, hold on. We're not saying we're not black. Black is a misclassification. It's a label that's been forced on us. So we know that we're black. It's a title that's forced on us. What we're saying is we're not African.
Right. Okay, so I guess I would describe what you say as I'm black in color, but I'm not black in like culture, right?
No, we would say phenotypically, you can describe
Uh,
us as black. We descend from people who've been reclassified as black, but black does not mean African. There
I
are
see.
black people all across the world. That doesn't mean they're African.
Right. Okay. Okay. I was just getting black and African, mixed up.
Yeah, you were probably thinking that black was synonymous with African, right?
I mean, I guess you could say that.
Yeah. And a lot of people have that misconception. In actuality, black has nothing to do with African. Africans don't even call themselves black.
Right.
Africans don't even call themselves African. They identify by their country or their tribe. I'm Nigerian. I'm Igbo. I'm Yoruba. I'm Hausa clan. I'm this. I'm that. Black Americans were the ones who were forced with that, binary color code caste system, black, and we took it and made it something to be globally revered. So now there
Okay.
are others that try to cling to that term, and now there may be Caribbean folks and African folks trying to identify as black now that we've made it oh so fashionable. But now black is totally separate from African. So I got to
Okay.
ask you, do you believe that all black Americans descend from African slaves?
I mean, the way you put it, no.
Okay. Well, if we were just to, and again, I'm not going to hold you to any specifics, but if we're just going to pull out some like random numbers off the top of our head, do you think that like 50% of Black Americans come from African slaves, or like 60-40 or 70-20, or?
I mean, by the way that you're putting it, I would say that, I would have a comfortable number to put it at, you know,
I mean, it's
like,
just a guess. No one's going to hold it against you.
I would say, what was the question one more time?
What percentage of the Black American population do you think descends from African slaves?
I would say 30%.
Okay. So you think that 30% of us descend from African slaves and 70% of us descend from indigenous tribes of the Americas?
Well, no. Well, I'm thinking of more of like a whole population of America type of thing. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know what you're saying. In my mind, at least, there's only two options here, right? You got Black Americans coming from Africa, or you got Black Americans already being here. So if you say that you think
Well,
that
okay,
only
okay, I understand.
30%
I
of Black
understand what you're
America
saying.
came from Africa, then where do you think that 70% came from?
70. Well, I would say the 70% can come from India, maybe South America,
Bro, hold
Central
on.
America.
You think that some Black Americans come from India?
Yeah, there's some. Yeah, because there's some dark tone Indian people out there. You know.
Sir, we're talking about Black Americans. You think that some Black Americans come from India?
What do you mean by Black Americans, though?
You don't know what a Black American is now?
I'm confused now.
Do you live in America?
Yeah.
Do you know people that are regarded as Black Americans?
I guess so.
That's who we're talking about. You think those people come from India?
Well, not all of them.
You think a percentage of them come from India?
Well, I guess not.
No. It's not. I guess not. I'm not trying to gaslight you into changing your answer. If you think that they come from India, then that's what you think. And my next question would be, do you think they came from India as slaves? Do you think they came from India as free Indians?
I got no idea how to answer that.
So if you've got no idea how to answer that, that's basically like saying, I don't know. So if you don't know, then why would you say that you think any percentage of Black Americans come from India if you don't know? It's actually crazy and low-key wildly disrespectful for you to even theorize what our heritage is if you don't know. I mean, if I didn't know about an ethnic group, I wouldn't call into their live streams and be like, hey, I think 50% of you guys came from Africa, 30% of you guys came from India. I mean, I wouldn't even feel comfortable speaking on things that I don't know. You feel me? And Light Man, stay on mute until it's your turn. Chino, what do you have to say? Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello?
Yep.
Well, I was gonna say that that was the whole point of me joining the live, you know, like you gain more like information.
Yep. I feel you. Yeah,
You
and,
know?
and I thank you for being respectful and cordial and everything. But yeah, I would urge you to at least just start to research the indigenous tribes of the Southeast, the original depictions of the Olmec, the Aztec, the Maya, what the hieroglyphs, what the petroglyphs look like, firsthand journals from Cortez, Torquemada, Vizcaino, Christopher Columbus himself. I mean, it's well documented the quote unquote dark skin or Black indigenous tribes all across the Americas.
Right.
It's such mainstream knowledge that you can even ask ChatGPT. You can even, hey, yo, ChatGPT, give me all sources for every European explorer that said he saw dark skin or Black Indians here in the Americas. And ChatGPT will give you dates and the name of the book and the text and the everything.
Right. I just one thing before I go.
Yep.
You know, I just want to whatchamacallit, address the chat. You know, none of my questions were meant in like a malicious fashion. You know what I'm saying? You know.
Oh no,
Just
you're
wanna-
good. You're good. I think people understand that. There was even some comments that were thanking you for being respectful and being cordial. I know at first when you were in the chat, you know, people were maybe, you know, confused by some of the things you were saying. But now that we've got you up on the panel and we're talking to you, we see you're just confused and ill-informed, but you are at least seemingly open-minded and open to absorbing new info, right?
Right.
Yeah. So I definitely check out nativeblack.ancestry.com. Shoot, even if you want to check out the digital archive, I mean, I got firsthand accounts from ex-slaves who are literally Choctaw Black Indians kidnapped, reclassified, forced onto plantations. We got Indian slave ads, fugitive slave ads that describe phenotypically American Indians reclassified as mulatto, reclassified as Negro. Look at this, June 1st, 1776, $10 reward. Run away from the subscriber on his journey from Williamsburg on the 11th of May near King William County. A mulatto servant man named John Newton, about 20 years of age, an Indian by birth. They're not going to show you this in school. They're not going to tell you about the Indians that they kidnapped and forced onto plantations and reclassified to mulatto, to Negro.
Right.
But yep, stick around. You'll definitely learn a lot, and you don't have to go anywhere. I'm just going to introduce the next panel member real quick. Lightman, go ahead, unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Yes, good evening. How are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
That's good. That's good. Very good. I'm calling from Seattle, Washington.
Seattle, Washington.
Yes.
And what
yes.
country are your folks from originally?
Originally, I am from the Caribbean.
I mean, there's quite a few islands. There's quite a few islands in the Caribbean.
Dominica.
Dominica. Okay. DR.
No. You have DR, you have Dominican Republic, and you have Dominica. It was a British territory before, until we got independence.
Is it on the same island as Haiti, or is it a different island?
No, it's a different island totally.
All right, I gotta look this up, y'all. I've not heard of Dominica. Let me see.
It's a small island.
Oh yeah, it's a whole island. Yep, it's in between Martinique and Guadeloupe.
Exactly.
Okay, so see, I've been to Puerto Rico, but I haven't really looked into all these other islands past here. Okay.
Right.
And I'm not even sure if you can fly into these islands.
Yes, you can.
You can? Okay. I'm gonna have
Yes,
to visit.
you can fly from Miami, any part, Seattle, anywhere,
Okay.
into Dominica. Uh, in fact, right now they're actually building an international airport now on the island. It's incomplete right now, but they're working on it. Yes, but I heard you guys discussing about the African American, what percentage came to the United States and what percentage came from India. What I would like to add to that is that growing up as a child in the Caribbean, we were never taught by our parents that our ancestors came from Africa. Not one time, not one time. And the Caribbean is a part of the part of the Americas anyway. No matter what nobody say, the Caribbean is in the Americas, right in the mouth of the Americas. Whoever changed it, they did it, and for their benefit. But I can tell you, as a child growing up, I was never told that my ancestors came from Africa, and I personally have that understanding, and more being as a spiritual person, my connection with the universe is that we in the Caribbean, there is no difference between us and the black American, not the African American, like many people have been taught. We are not African. We are a different species altogether. And like I've been told by the Spirit, that we need to dig where we are. Dig where we are. A lot of teachers, they move to Africa, they go to Egypt and look for stuff. But our problem is we need to stop looking elsewhere. Look within. Look in your ground. See what you have in your ground. Here in the US, this is a great country. It is the greatest country or continent on the planet. And the spirit that hover over the United States, it's like we are in the center of the universe, and we have been watched and protected. This land is holy, holy ground. And I give the most respect to the ancestors, to the creator of the universe, the energies. I give great thanks for my experience. I have experienced in this land. And anybody else want to say different with what I've experienced here in the US from the ancestors and the spirits of the universe? It is amazing. And I am very thankful for the American people, for their sacrifice and what they have done. And today, many nations enjoy the benefit of this land, this motherland, Canaan. She provides for every other continents on the planet. She provides food and everything. Everybody comes to this country to enjoy her benefits. And sometimes most of the people, they don't show appreciation to her children for all their sufferings they've been through. And I'm telling you, I respect so much the American people for what their ancestors have done for us, man. It's amazing. I give thanks every day. I tell my wife, listen, I appreciate them so much, because when I think of all what you've been through, and yet still you are not, most of you guys, in spite of what's going on, you are able to sing and dance, have fun, and create things from nothing, and just move forward, and everybody follows you, no matter whether it's negative or positive. You all are the best. And
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And real quick, I got a question in the comment section. Miss Pressure. Miss Pressure says, is it America or Americas? And if Americas, what makes it so? Yeah, so when you say America, you're more so referring to the United States of America. When you say the Americas, you're referring to the entirety of the Western Hemisphere, right? So if you say
Yes,
America,
correct.
this right
I should
here is
correct.
America. You know, this is America. But if we say the Americas, that includes Alaska, Canada, the U.S., Central America, Mexico, South America, the Caribbean. All of this is the
Correction.
Americas. This is
Correction.
America. Yep.
Yes, correction.
Mhm.
Thank you so
And,
much.
and while there may be similarities in struggle and oppression, I think it is important to highlight some differences between what the people of Dominica face versus the Native Black Americans on the mainland US of A. So like first and foremost, when you talk about you know, the whole power dynamics, it's way different. It's way different when we look at Dominica. I mean, slavery was abolished in Dominica, I think 1834. In the US it wasn't abolished until 1865. Now you guys did face economic marginalization, you know, lack of access to land, and you know, some restrictions that were designed to keep them to keep your people dependent on plantation owners, which is kind of similar to like sharecropping and black codes in the US South after 1865. But when we talk about some key differences, we really got to talk about demographics and power shifts, right? Because first and foremost, in Dominica, Black and mixed race people actually became the majority population, which allowed them to gain political influence more quickly after emancipation. Whereas Native Black Americans, we remain the minority in the US. Actually, we were once the majority, but they made us the minority because they just kept importing more and more poor Europeans. They just kept bringing more and more and more millions and millions and millions of poor little peons until now we're the minority in our own land. And you got to understand that we're facing a totally different type of systematic repression when we're the minority and there's a white majority rule. Whereas the island that you're from, you guys were the majority, right? Also, you guys did not face a Jim Crow system. Dominica did not have organized segregation like we had in the US. You guys did have classism. You guys did have racism. But since you had a majority Black population, it meant that the white tea supremacy was much less institutionalized after the British colonial withdrawal. Now, again, I'm not from Dominica, so you can probably, you know, provide more insight to that. Maybe the British were trying to control things from afar and whatnot, but when we talk about early political power, you know, Dominica was actually unique amongst British colonies because by the mid 1800s, free Blacks and mixed race Dominicans gained the right to vote. And they held office earlier than in most Caribbean islands. Whereas if we compare that to Native Black Americans, you know, we had to endure an entire extra century of disenfranchisement after emancipation. And if we even talk about your guys' indigenous population, you know, Dominica did have a small but very significant Cara population. I think they called them the Kalinago, yep. And there was much more intermixing between Africans and indigenous people in the Caribbean as a whole compared to the US, where paper genocide erased, you know, much of our identity. But there are definitely some parallels. There's definitely some similarities. I just wanted to bring up some of the differences so that for the American audience watching right now, they can learn something new about the island of Dominica.
Yeah, yes. But now my only problem that I have, which growing up there as a child, as a young man coming up, I realized that in the United States you have the Blackfoot Cherokee Indians and as Negroid people. Now, when you tell me, I'm a person that I like to learn. When you tell me that the Caribs that are on the island, who are called Indians, who are living in some parts of the more or less like the western part of the island, who are called Carib Indians. To me, my understanding is when I look at these people, what I see is that they look more like the Mexicans. So I don't understand what happened, why there is that shift, that change, whereas we were supposed to be called, or we are called Indians, West Indians, and then we have and Caribs, and then it looked like somebody else is carrying our names that we had one time. So the Caribs who they call the original Indians on the island of Dominica, from my understanding, I think they are more like Mexicans that came from uh, either some place from China, somewhere in the Caucasus Mountains, somewhere, but and they get the credit for being called Indians, and their hair structure is different from the Negroids. So I want to know exactly which part they came from, like the Mexicans who claim to be, or the people who claim to be American Indians or Native Americans, how they came into fit that category in today's
Yeah,
times.
great question. Great question. So let me pull up the map again so I can give you some examples. So first and foremost, when we look at the Americas, Great Lakes region, East Coast, Southeast, West Coast, Central America, Caribbean, South America, that was all Black Indian territory. Where you have the Mongoloid Eurasian race come in is through that Bering Strait land bridge that existed at one point in time. And when those Mongoloid Asiatics came over, where did they settle? Alaska, Canada, and then they came on down and settled in the Plains region. So when you see a lot of these people claiming to be Native Americans, they're born and raised on reservations, but they look Asian, it's because they don't descend from the indigenous people of the Americas. They descend from the first migrants. I mean, you can technically call them Native Americans. They've been here for thousands of years. Native just means born here, but they're not indigenous to the Americas. They're indigenous to Asia, Russia, Mongolia, Siberia, right? Now, when you say, hey, Mike, we're seeing some Mexican looking folks that look Mexican and Asian, and they're claiming to be indigenous, well, you got to realize these are the descendants of conquistadors. A lot of people don't understand that the reason why the Mexicans look like they got that Asiatic influence is because Mexico, Central America, South America, that was dominated by who? The Spanish. Where did the Spanish have colonies? They didn't just have colonies all throughout the Americas. They also had colonies in the Philippines. And they were importing Filipinos from the Philippines to Mexico, to Central America, to South America. Now, when you say, Mike, I see a lot of people looking Mexican, but they're claiming indigenous, but the Indians were really Black. Why are they claiming indigenous? It's because colonizers are going to do what colonizers are going to do. They do the same thing in the U.S., right? The descendants of the British that colonized the U.S., they're present day claiming to be American Indians. I like to use Kelby Kennedy as an example all the time. Good old Kelby Kennedy of the Choctaw Nation, okay? This lady right here is a Choctaw Indian. She's the first ever tribal affairs advocate for FEMA, and she's a white tea woman with ginger hair. So when you say, hey, Mike, I'm seeing like these Mexicans and they're claiming indigenous, more specifically, what you're seeing is you're seeing Europeans in Central and South America claim indigenous when they're not. Just like in the United States of America, we have Europeans claiming indigenous when they're not. This is something colonizers do all the time.
Okay, well.
And I get these Mexicans calling into my show all the time. They call into my show claiming they're Aztec, they're Maya, their great-great-grandma was a Mayan princess or an Aztec warrior. But really, when we get into it, they're just ashamed of being descendants from Spanish colonizers. Remember, we're in a paradigm shift. 10 years ago, it was fashionable to be of Spanish heritage. Back then, people were still believing Christopher Columbus was a good guy that discovered the Americas, right? But now we're at a different time socially. Now we know Columbus wasn't cool. Colonization is bad. Now it's not cool to be a descendant of European colonizers, which is why the Mexicans are having an identity crisis, claiming they're indigenous, which is why in the US they're trying to change the school curriculum to not teach about slavery so much and not teach about this and not teach about that, so that their European children don't grow up knowing the sins of the father. But this is just textbook colonialism. The same exact thing that you see happening in Central and South America is the same thing that we're dealing with. How did Mexico get its independence? Same way America got its independence. A lot of people out there haven't looked up Mexican independence. Put a 0 in the chat if you've never really researched Mexican independence, if you never really knew what was the series of events that led to Mexico breaking away from put a 0 in the chat if you don't know much about it. And I'm going to quickly show you how it's the same shit, different flavor. How did the British Americans break off? They had a revolution. Was this an indigenous uprising? No. These were descendants of British colonizers saying, hey, we want to keep the money for ourselves. We don't want to send the riches back to Britain. Guess what the Mexican Revolution was? The same thing. It wasn't an indigenous uprising. It was descendants of Spanish colonizers saying, you know what? We don't want to send the money back to Spain no more. We want to keep it and do our own thing. That's all it is. American independence, Mexican independence, European children rebelling against their European parents. That's all that's about. But I digress. Hopefully I answered your question, Lightman.
Yeah. It was really perfect the way you answered, and I really appreciate you for the job that you're doing. And before I leave you guys, I just want to say thank you so much. And that I don't know if what you know about apparitions.
Apparitions like ghosts? Visions?
Something like that. Yes. I don't know if you believe in that, but I just want to say that I have received some very important information via baking pans, that images show up in some baking pans, and a strange looking being like a woman appear in a baking pan, and she's holding thousands and thousands of melanated people in her entire body. And then in the center of her womb, the Washington Monument is protruding from her womb, coming up to her neck, and above the obelisk of the monument is a face of a black man with a big nose in the baking pan, engraved in the pan. So I took pictures of the image, and people normally call me and they normally purchase from me also. But it's not about money, it's about knowledge, and about that we are not alone in this universe. We are being protected, we are being watched, we are just not alone. And the way the image is engraved in the baking pan, I have to do research about how comes that happen. So a gentleman helped me, and we found out that because aluminum is a conductor from the crust of the earth, it is able to capture information from the various dimensions because of its conductivity.
So if I understand this correctly, you're seeing a vision of a baking pan with a woman inside of the baking pan holding thousands of melanated people in her womb, while the Washington Monument protrudes from her throat with a black figure behind it.
Right. And it's an actual baking pan. I own it. I purchased the pans from where I was working at, because the people didn't understand what it was, but I knew that the ancestors allowed me to be at that place at that time to see what they were about to send for us. It's not just for me, but it's to show that I'm not saying anybody is not important, but we are very important people on the planet, and we play a great part in the universe in helping to create things and to make it easier for mankind, the entire planet right now has been enjoying benefits from our inventions and everything that we were able to do. So I was one of those that was, it seems, chosen to receive this information. And I had a show in Mons, Indiana, where people came to see the baking pan and actual pictures.
Is there any place online that we can see this baking pan?
Yes, it's if you go on TikTok, my name is Lightman on TikTok. you will see-
Lightman.
Yes.
Let's find you real quick. I'd love to see what this baking pan looks like. Lightman. What else? Is there some numbers or something?
No, just Lightman.
Hold on, there's gonna be a lot of Lightman. Let's see. Lightman. Users. Freddie Joe 5?
Yeah.
Okay, you're Lightman. Now let's see where this baking pan is. Is this the pan right here?
Yeah, I can't see what you're saying.
Is this it?
Let me turn my camera on to see.
Hi, here come Freddie J. I am the man that see things in the baking pans.
Yes.
Okay. So is this like a different baking pan where you're seeing something in it, or is this the one with the woman?
That's the one with the woman and a man.
Okay. Let's see real quick. Let's see. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, give me a little bit of feedback. Let me get a 0 in the chat if you let me get a 0. Let me get look. Give me a 0 in the chat if you do not see anything. Put a 0 in the chat if you do not see anything in the baking pan. 1 in the chat if you see something in the baking pan.
Can you look at? I have actual posters of the picture, which I blew up.
Yeah. Let me go to those pictures. Is it this one?
It's a
Right
picture
here?
of I believe so.
This one? Where's the one?
Yes, I think so.
I'm seeing some baking pans. Is this a picture? I mean, I'm seeing a lot of artwork.
Yeah, the picture is pretty. Okay, if you look, you'll see there's a picture of a face of a woman look like the Virgin Mary, in the same composure, the head of the image. Because I've got quite a bit of pictures in there.
Yep. You said there's Mother Mary or something? What?
Yeah, it looked like, yes.
Is it this one?
Everybody get up. I can't see the ones on your screen that you're seeing.
Shout out to LEB. LEB says that baking pan just needs a good scrubbing with some steel wool.
No, you're gonna destroy it. Listen, let me see if I can send you a real picture of what's in the pan, because remember the image is pretty small, so I have to blow up the pictures. So what he's
Shout
saying
out to
there,
Lyron. Lyron says, how do you identify her without having evidence of her image?
That's why I have most of the pictures of the image.
So like this is a baking pan, right?
Right.
And when you look at this, hold on. When you look at this baking pan, what do you see?
I see two images. A gentleman is in the back with a cone hat on his head, engraved in the pan, and in front of him is a being looking like a woman right in front. And I've got all the baking pans. Like, let me explain. The reason why these images were able to enter the baking pan, because aluminum is a conductor from the crust of the earth, so it has the capability to receive information.
Hey, shout out to Honey K. Honey K says, not going to deny how he receives his messages. Yes, absolutely. And what are for his eyes are not for everybody's eyes. But yeah, definitely shout out to him and his art that he does. It looks like he even has his work in some galleries and whatnot. So yeah, kudos to him. Do you have some closing remarks real quick before we segue back to this video?
Yes, the person who just made that.
Ruby, stop, Ruby. I've been trying to keep my composure, Ruby. Stop it. You're gonna ruin everything I've been fighting for, Ruby. Come on, Ruby.
And please, and guess what?
But Ruby does have a very valid question.
Let me say it before.
Did you buy the baking pan like that?
I purchased the pans with the images. And guess what? And this is, like I said, this is to show that we are not alone in this universe. We are not alone.
We're not alone. You're right.
And guess what? I used to be an epileptic. I used to have seizures. So I'm not going to come and bluff anybody on this platform. And I got healed. Okay, it's from since I was 15 years I got healed from seizures. So I know what I'm talking about. I'm 64 years old. I haven't got no time to play around and to come on platform to get any notice. I'm just showing that the universe is watching everything that we are doing. And we need to get our lives together. We need to understand that everything that we're looking for on the outside of us, it is within us. Everything that we're looking for is within our souls. We just have to awaken ourselves, look within, and that's the message that is all in there. So it's not just a matter of scrubbing the pan. If you get information from the ancestors or whoever you think that is sending you this information, you're going to have some respect. And I have great respect for ancestors and the great spirits of the universe. And all things are possible. So it's not just, and like I said, I respect people who have the visions and what happened there, because you do not know where someone has been to, what someone has been through, and why they were able to receive such phenomenon. The Catholic Church, little white kids in France, they say they see the Virgin Mary appear and then she disappeared. They have no evidence. But guess what? They make millions of dollars today by just what they say that the kids had seen. But here I am as a melanated man who received this information, this celestial information. You want to tell me to go ahead and scrub it? No, I would use no steel brush or whatever to scrub it.
That's right. Don't you use no steel brush. Don't you scrub that thing. We are the baking pan. That's right. You're a baking pan. I'm a baking pan. We're all a baking pan in the oven that we call life.
Exactly, because our bodies came from the earth. And aluminum came from the earth, so we're all one. We're all a part of everything. Nothing is outside of us. We're a part of everything. So I'm glad I see you were trying to hold your composure. Just call me the baking pan man from now on.
I was doing so good, and then you had to hit me with the call me the baking pan man. Come on, I was doing so well, y'all. I was doing so good, and then he got me at the end. He said, "Call me the baking pan man." I'm done.
Yeah,
I can't.
Of course.
I can't.
But it's legit. It's legit. You know, I spoke to a company in Mons, Indiana, and when I explained to them what this is worth with the Madonna, it is the Madonna.
How much is it
That's
worth?
what's in. They said the image in the pan is worth. You could bend your head down again. It's $1 million.
Man has $1 million image in his baking pan. What y'all talking about?
Guess what? Do you know I've I've been getting for one picture of that image. I get like $400 for one picture of that image. No joke, no joke. So if your people on the platform wants to order a poster, like 5 feet poster of that image, I got it. I got t-shirts of the
How much
images
does it
too.
cost for me to get an image of the baking pan?
It would cost like $150.
Only $150, y'all, and you can get a Madonna on the baking pan. Wait a minute, is this the black Madonna?
Yep.
Okay, guys, $150, and you can get one of the world's only black Madonnas in the baking pan.
That's legit. It's legit. Anyone can reach me at any given time. It's in fact,
Day
I'll
or
be doing
night,
this.
he's trapping them
I'll be there.
pans, y'all. Jesus
Yeah,
of
I'll be there.
Nazareth, Mother Teresa,
Oh no.
Virgin
We're
Mary,
not,
Black Madonna, Buddha's in the frying pan, Dalai Lama's in the frying pan, Odin, ruler over
Marcus
Midgard
Garvey.
and Asgard, is in the frying pan.
Marcus Garvey.
African
Malcolm.
Orishas are in the frying pan. Ogun, Oshun, Alegba, Baba Yaga. Michael Jackson is in the frying pan. Let's go.
Baking pan.
Malcolm is in the frying pan. Martin is in the frying pan. Oh wait, it's a baking pan. It's not a frying pan. I'm sorry. Wait, have you seen any visions in the frying pans, or is it just the baking pan?
I have in the frying pan. I mean, you're gonna bend your head again if I give you the answer for what you just asked me.
Give me the answer. I promise I will not bend my head this time. I promise.
I was making the donuts one time. Listen to me.
You can't start it with "I was making donuts one time." Come on,
Wait,
that's too much.
Just listen.
That's too much.
No. Just listen. You asked me a question. There's a lot of things that can happen in the world. Nothing is a face of a melanated woman appear in the bottom of when the oil and the flour settled in the bottom of the wok. A face of a melanated woman appear in the bottom of the wok. I have these images.
In the wok?
Not a hoax. Yeah. After I finish make the donuts and the oil, the crumbs of the flour, the crumb of the flour settle in the bottom of the wok. A face of a woman appear in the pan, in the wok. I have that image. And I experience these things for myself. So some people can say what they want. People they can doubt. It doesn't matter for me. I know what I saw. I experienced these things from these phenomenons for myself.
I remember when I lost my mind.
To say yes.
There was something so pleasant about that place.
Even your emotions have sensations.
And so much space.
Did you say that Aunt Jemima appeared in the bottom of the pan?
Who?
Aunt Jemima?
Whatever you
Are you not familiar with the patron saint Aunt Jemima?
Patron saint.
She's one of the Catholic deities.
At least I don't know if you saw the images that I told you that I have on there on TikTok, but those are for real. Those are legit, like I say.
Yeah,
so,
no, we definitely see it's for real. This right here is a real baking pan, not to be confused with a fake baking pan.
No.
And you know what? Hold on, I'm seeing something here. I'm seeing something. Something is speaking to me. Hold on. I see hair. I see eyes. I see a mouth, but the mouth and the eyes are expressing sorrow. The head is tilted to the side. This woman is in pain. This woman is in distress. This one, hold on. Maurice, just come to me. Ancestors, tell me who is this woman in distress? Who is this? A name is coming to me. This woman's name is Minnie. Oh my God, guys, I'm seeing Minnie's upset face in the pan. She thinks that I am rude to black women, and she's crying in this pan with her head tilt to the side, and she's upset, guys. She's oh so upset. I know that you guys can see it, guys. I see it. Like, here's the eyes and the mouth and the hair, and she's tipped to the side. She's like, oh, this is why I got me a Puerto Rican man. You black man ain't shit. Guys, I'm telling you, I see Minnie in the pan. It works. Hold on, guys. I gotta try this again. I gotta see another pan. See, that was my first time seeing one of his raw pans, right? If you see his artistic expression, you know, that's already highlighting the miracle. But we have to see the raw pan so that we can reveal the miracle. He's already highlighted miracles, but we have to have miracles yet to be revealed to us. Check out this one. Here's another blank pan. I'm going to disregard the painting on the bottom because that's highlighting the miracle he saw, and we are getting different miracle downloads than he is, okay? You know, he's from Dominica. We're from the southeastern tribes. You know, we're picking up something different than what he's putting down, guys, okay? I'm seeing something in this pan. I'm seeing something. All right. Okay, it's coming to me. Okay. I see dust, and I see flat land. I see dust, and I see flat land. Hold on, guys. Where could this be? I'm seeing dust, and I'm seeing flat land. I mean, hold on. There's something else in the background that's now starting to crystallize in my mind's eye. My pineal gland is starting to see something, guys. Hold on. It's a dusty, flat environment. But I'm seeing something. Wait, hold on. It's a building. What kind of building? This building has this building. Wait, hold on. I'm getting an esoteric download. This building has a figure. This building has a figure of a mermaid. This building has a figure of a mermaid, and inside the building is a mermaid that's waiting for me. Wait, no. It's a mermaid on the wall of the building. No, I'm not losing it. I got it. No, don't interrupt my download. I got it. It's almost there. There is a flat land, and there's dust, and there's a building, but inside the building isn't the mermaid. The mermaid is on the building. Inside the building is an angel. I mean, wait a minute. I think I'm seeing me traveling to Texas to take Tamara out for coffee at Starbucks. Guys, I'm seeing it, guys. It's preordained. The ancestors want this to happen, okay? This isn't me. I didn't come up with this. This is not an original thought of my own. This is something that is preordained, that is written in the stars. It is a Starbucks date, guys. I was a little confused. I thought the mermaid was in the building, but it's the Starbucks logo on the building. Guys, can you see what I see in this pan? Can you see what I see in the pan right now, guys? This is wild. I mean, thank you so much, light man. Thank you so much for showing me the light. Come on. And Tamara better go, okay? Forget written in the stars. This is written in the baking pan. Lord, oh Lord. The ancestors are with us. Light man, thank you. Thank you for your great work. Do you have any closing remarks for us? Light man, you have to unmute yourself. I know I probably inspired you to create another masterpiece. You probably, getting ready to put your shoes on and go down and grab a new pan.
Did you see the image right here? It's right on your thing right now. Take a look.
Right now.
It's not a hoax.
It's not a hoax. I'm a believer. I believe.
No, you have to know. Belief and no believing in anything. You don't believe in anything. You have to know. You shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. It's not about believing. You can't believe shit. You gotta know that you know. If you have a little boy, you got a child, you can't tell him what they have to believe.
No. Hold on.
Have to know.
I am going to one up you. I say that I am a believer. You say, no, it is not enough to believe. I must know. Well, I say it is not enough to know. You must live what you know. Ashe, Sirvasana, Rapatatatapakatatata. Go ahead, Lightman. Go ahead. Leave us with some closing remarks. I'm having too much fun up here, y'all. I'm having too much fun. Lord, we were supposed to be talking about dumb diverses, y'all. We were supposed to be talking about dumb diverses, but instead I'm getting Starbucks coffee dates lined up thanks to a frying pan that was brought to me by a man from the island of Dominica. Lord, oh Lord, this is an interesting turn of events. Hey, you said you're in Seattle, though, right? Lightman? Oh, shoot, I think we lost Lightman. Lightman, unmute yourself.
Yeah,
Are you in Seattle?
Seattle.
Oh, that's what it is, y'all. He with the Mayo people in Seattle. Them Mayo people probably grabbed him by the arm, said, listen here, you are the brightest artist of the 21st century. We're going to put you in all the art exhibitions here in the Pacific Northwest. You are going to be famous. Hey, don't lie. You got a lot of white folks who be showing up to your shows, huh?
Yeah, they're pretty cool. Yeah,
They love that shit. They love that shit. They say this Negro says he's seeing things in baking pans. Oh my gosh, this is art.
It's exactly. It's celestial art.
Get your money. Get your money. Celestial art in the donut baking pan. Whatever you got to do to get your money from them white tea people, do it. Okay, hustle. Do it. My man is flipping dirty fucking pans, y'all. He flipping pans into artwork, y'all. He getting to the bag. Your countrymen would be proud of you. Went from the West Indies to Seattle. You out there getting it in. Okay. Get your coins up.
Yeah.
My man goes to the Goodwill, gets a pan for 50 cents, sells it at the art exhibit for how much? You said 150, right?
No. Some people give like $400.
So, that's what I'm talking. I'm in the wrong business.
For a poster.
I'm in the wrong. Hey, I'm in the wrong business. Forget y'all. Forget about genealogy. Hey. No. Forget about genealogy and tribal citizenship. I'm selling out. Okay, I'm a sellout. I'm gonna go get me some pans. I'm going to the Pacific Northwest, and I'm gonna get to the bag, y'all. You telling me I can buy a baking pan for like $1.50 and flip that over to $400? You know, yo, I'm about to be the I'm about to be Denzel, American Gangster with the shit, y'all. I'm starting to, they're going to hit me with a Rico. They're going to hit me with a Rico. How much I'm going to exploit that lick right there, y'all. I'm telling you, they going to ban me from buying baking pans. I'm going to have to send mules in to go buy my baking pans for me because the block going to be hot, y'all. I'm telling you. But go ahead, close remarks, brother.
If you want to, you can Google my name, Silfred Joseph. I own a patent for an invention. I'm an inventor. I'm not just anybody. I'm an inventor. Silfred.
We know you're an inventor. You invented baking pan art. Hell yeah, you're an inventor.
No. I've got something else besides the baking pans. I own a patent for an invention.
You got something besides the baking pans?
Exactly.
Wait, hold on. Wait. You're telling me the baking pans are just the beginning?
Yeah, I have all the stuff.
I don't know if the people are ready. I mean, a lot of people are not spiritually awakened to even decipher the messages in your baking pans. So I don't think that they're at the stage of awakening to get access to the rest of the esoteric knowledge that you're trying to disseminate through your artwork, sir. I don't think they're ready. I think their pineal gland is too calcified.
Wow.
They're not ready. They are drinking fluoride water. You don't understand. They're drinking fluoride water and they're eating Kentucky Fried Chicken. They're not ready, damn it. They're not ready for the awakening.
So what can we do to avoid that? What can we do? It's not just a matter of talking just said.
We will do what we must do. We must take those baking pans and we must flip them and we must get rich. And then we will figure out the next step from there. I'm thinking about $500 a year annually from the baking pans is a nice start. Yeah.
500,000
US.
What you mean? Okay. Well, guess what? The baking pan, anybody wants wants to rent the pan in their business, so people can come and see, can view the pan. I'm willing to list the baking pan. Okay.
Whoa, whoa,
People can
whoa, whoa,
literally
whoa,
come.
whoa. You are giving a very generous, exclusive opportunity. You're saying that you're going to allow people to rent your religious baking pan?
Exactly. You can actually, and I have a hardcover
Whoa,
book.
time out. You're telling me that you're going to allow them to absorb some of the spiritual energy in your baking pan so that their ancestors can give them a message?
Yes, it's available. It's available. The baking pans are available for people to come and see. Listen,
Wait,
I have
hold
about
on. How much does it cost to rent the spiritual baking pan from you?
to list the baking pans can be like 1,000 for 4 weeks. 1,000 for
1,000
4
for
weeks.
4 weeks, guys. You better do it. This is the best deal I've ever heard. You can get a spiritually insightful baking pan for $1,000 for 4 weeks, and imagine what spiritual insight your ancestors can give you on the surface of that baking pan over the span of 4 weeks. Yes, Ellie, that's $250 a week. That's a steal. That's a steal. Tyrone,
actually have people
Tyrone, unmute yourself and tell us what you think about this. Are you going to go out and rent a baking pan so that you can start to learn what your ancestors are trying to tell you from the other side?
Fuck no. I don't know where he gets this stuff from, but the only thing I can learn about my ancestors is going through my own paper documents, of asking my own relatives their oral traditions, and seeing where that takes me. Like, you can literally use Chat GPT to like decipher your DNA and your genealogy, and it'll tell you what you exactly are. We live in the age of Aquarius, the age of information. I don't know why we got to go through all this spooky mysticism stuff when we literally got science out here and records.
And where does the Akasha record? What does the Akasha record holds? Doesn't she hold everything? So don't limit yourself. Don't limit yourself.
The Akashic records? That's something that's in the mind. That's like astral plane.
It's in everything, brother. You don't understand the logic of spiritual life.
Tapping into consciousness?
We are part of everything. We are not outside of nothing. The way you're talking, you just on the physical planes, thinking that it's just orally. Everything is orally. No, we are part
I didn't say
of
just
everything.
oral. I said document.
Hold on. Time out. I just want to make sure that you guys know, first and foremost, above all else, I lead by example. I wanted to get a jump start on this, y'all. I wanted to be an early bird. I wanted to start downloading spiritual insights from my ancestors via baking pan ASAP. Guys, you're not going to believe it. The ancestors lifted me away from my desk, down into the kitchen, into the cupboard, to grab, yes, you guessed it, a baking pan. But you know what is strange, guys? You know what is strange? Inside my baking pan, I don't have the Black Madonna. I don't have the Beatles. I don't have Buddha, Krishna, Vishnu. You know what I found in my baking pan, guys? The only thing that should be in a baking pan, chocolate chip cookies, okay? I am using the baking pan for the purpose that it was intended for, okay? Chocolatey goodness. The religious insight can wait.
Thanks for promoting me. Thanks for promoting my baking pan. I appreciate that so much. Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
What are you baking your baking pan? Pounding yam or something? What's going on here with these Agusi stories, bro?
Hey,
hold on, wait a minute. Wait, hold on.
You need to have some respect.
Time out. I see something, guys. Hold on. I see something. I said, wait, do you guys see that? I think that little black scuff mark is supposed to be an African. I'm not sure. I think it's an African from the Igbo or the Yoruba tribe, and the African is running from a hippopotamus while he carries a European man on his shoulders to safety. Oh my gosh, the pan magic works.
Was his name
magic
Wele?
works.
Hey, Mike, was his name Wele, and was he climbing a tree?
I didn't get all that now.
A bud?
I didn't get all that. Come on. I didn't get all that.
Did he climb up to mountain and turn into crocodile?
Analyzer page, just my head hurt. I think all of our heads hurt. Let's go ahead and close out the panel if we can. Lightman, lay it on us. Closing remarks.
I hope you guys have fun tonight. It's a good thing I was able to make you guys laugh. Looked like the other guy looked like he had a hard day. So I'm glad he had some cookies also. Please give him a few cookies.
I gotta go get me some milk.
Yeah. No, I ain't got no milk in the pan.
No, but there might be a little crack.
Yeah, well, anyway, you guys have a great night, all those who are listening to nothing but the truth.
Till next time, brother. Thank you for giving us some comedic relief. Hey, y'all, how is Minnie gonna say that I'm rude when I was oh so nice to that man, y'all? I even went off camera. Every time I like moved my head off to the side, I was cracking up hysterically, guys. It was so hard. And then when he said he's the donut man, I just lost it, y'all. I was trying so hard not to laugh in that man's face. And some people say I'm rude. Some people say that I'm rude. I was being so gracious. I say, listen, he might have something going on up there. I don't know, but I'm just going to let him get out what he needs to get out, okay? We had a little fun with it, but Lord. And people have the nerve to call me rude. Come on. I let man go on a 45-minute diatribe about flipping pans. I am a patron saint as far as I'm concerned. Lord, oh Lord. And he getting them white folks money in Seattle, Washington. He getting money up there. He getting money. Yes, I am from the island of Dominica, and I see spiritual things in the baking pan, and I paint what I see. Oh, them white tea folks love that shit. He getting to the bag, and he piping some pink bellies too. You know what he doing out there in Seattle. We on to him. It's all good, player. It's all good. He piping pink bellies and getting to the bag, flipping frying pans. Baking pans. He is living the West Indies dream. Isn't that Avery Islander's dream, to make it off the island to the mainland, flipping bacon pans and exploiting the wealth of white tea people? I mean, he's living an American dream as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, Ruby, I promoted his pans. Look, his pans are still on the screen. I'm giving him free promo. Go check him out. Buy his pan paintings. Freddie Joe 5. Here's Freddie right here. he can afford that white wine because he milking them white tea people out there in Seattle. You feel me? He's a hey. Look at that. He's stunned. He's stunned on all his people back in Dominica. He need to have his pinky out though. Come on. You need to do like me and flip these baking pan to the white tea. Look at man. Oh, yes, I can make it now. Look at this. Come on. Talk about turning lemons to lemonade. He turning scratchy, dingy baking pans into art. All right. This has been an interesting broadcast, y'all. I don't know what else to say. Tyrone, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I've been flipping these pans and flipping these natives at the same time, bro. Like, I just came across, what's this goofy? Joya or something like that. This dude don't even know that the Seneca were enslaved and also became slavers. I had to teach him on his own history. And also these goofy tethers that stalk your page. I think his name is Gummy or something like that. Gummy Slavy.
Yeah, sounds familiar. Gummy Slav. Yeah, he's always mentioning me in posts on YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah, his scary ass. He didn't even let me respond to his wild live that was tap dancing for this native woman, cat native pride. She also stock show stuff too. But
I got a lot of stalkers. They say, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I seen somebody
literally
outside in my
wild.
backyard in my bushes the other day. I was wondering.
Yeah, she over here saying, "Oh, report Mike," but you got your Fed recognition, so you can't be a pretendian if you got your stuff. You're getting papered up by your tribe.
Hey, forget about federal tribal recognition. I got pan recognition. Okay, it's written in the pan. It's written in the pan. It says I'm going on a Starbucks date with Tamara, and I'm gonna be rich and famous, and Pan Africans are gonna lose their steam. Yes, it's written in the
They
pan.
losing Steve. Like, for real though, bro. All they can do is misquote science. They bring up stuff like what's it? They're trying to say that race is real, which giving white supremacists a field day by just reneging on like actual what science says and trying to place Black Americans into this African only box and appropriating our culture, literally going to Google AI to try and Africanize our stuff. This is what that dude that was stalking you was doing.
Damn.
I couldn't even get a word out, and he tried to claim that Jack D. Ford's book is pseudo. This is his claim.
Yeah,
He ain't provide a source, none of that shit.
That's wild. But hey, I gotta wrap up this broadcast in a little bit. So leave us with some closing remarks, and I'm gonna segue back to this video. Then I'm gonna roll me a bean burrito with lots of salsa verde. Wink, 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 content.
Well, to land my plane for tonight, yeah, don't get your foot off these people's neck. Keep debunking them, because these people don't have anything else but to spread more pseudo and anti-Black American hate speech and all this other stuff. Keep helping out the people. You're doing the right thing, and I'll land with that.
All right, till next time, brother. And make sure next time you're baking something, before you spray that pan or rub some oil in it, just take a good hard look. Maybe your ancestors are trying to tell you something.
That was once this country, and some people don't. People start pollution, people can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet, Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
Old Iron Eyes Cody, aka the Crying Indian,
AKA the original Pretendian, y'all. The original Pretendian. Shout out to Faith Ministry. Faith says, love, light, enjoy being with the real tribe. Hey, thanks for tuning in, Faith. Nice to have you in the chat. Engine Radio says, I'm about to go look at my pans now. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Hold on. Do you guys hear that? I think I'm getting a download. Oh, shoot, guys. The ancestors just told me the reason why they call it Pan-African is because they looked in the pan and the image told them that they are African. Oh, shit. That's why they call it Pan-African. Oh.
Iron Eyes Cody is known for being the face of an American Indian. With over 30 movies and television shows to his credit, he became the face of an American Indian.
How are you, Iron Eyes? You look great. How have you been?
Oh, I'm doing fine.
Iron Eyes, your father, Silent Films. His name was?
Plume Cody. Thomas Plume Cody.
Thomas Plume Cody. Do you remember the first? He was a technician for. He was a technical
MGM
advisor at MGM Studios.
Yeah, he brought me out here when I was about almost 8 years old to teach a boy in a thing called Squaw Man with Lupe Velez, and she's gonna marry an Englishman.
Although surprising as it may sound, old Iron Eyes wasn't actually a Native American.
Day says he looked like a pure white tea man. He's Italian, so yeah, European nonetheless. We got an Italian cosplaying as Native, and the folks on the res don't ever speak about Iron Eyes Cody, right? The folks on the res don't ever speak about the original pretendian, Mr. Italian, Iron Eyes Cody. I mean, why don't the folks on the res speak about stuff like this? Because they descend from folks that are cosplayers.
In fact, it came out later that he was of Italian ancestry.
Many films.
Oh yes,
John
I made
Wayne.
about 8 with John Wayne. At Republic Studio, about 8. About 4 of them with.
I wonder how they could have ever figured that out.
I did a series with Randolph Scott. Yeah.
Working with these great stars, looking back at your career.
Oh, I liked them all. They treated me perfect. I liked them all. I was never shy. I was one of them guys that speak up. You know, I like what I'm saying. You know.
There was no racial, no problems at all.
What?
Why would there be any racial problems when he's a white tea man? There was no racial, no racial. No. They knew I was a white tea boy just like them. Oh, come on, y'all. Come on.
Englishman, 4 of them with.
I wonder how they could have ever figured that out.
I did a series with Randolph Scott. Yeah.
Working with these great stars, looking back at your career.
Oh, I liked them all. They treated me perfect. I liked them all. I was never shy. I was one of them guys that speak up. You know, I like what I'm saying. You know.
There was no racial, no problems at all.
What?
I was never
Did she
nervous.
just say what I thought she said?
I was never nervous in anything I did. All the 5 movies I made with Disney, like Johnny Goes to Camp 3 years ago, I did all.
Did he just say all the 5 movies I made with Disney? Hey, we all know the role that the Disney Empire played in the racial reclassification. Damn, I didn't know Disney was putting out these Iron Cody movies. He just said Disney, y'all. He said 5 movies with it. I gotta look it up. Hold up. Iron Eyes Cody. Iron Eye Cody Disney film. What the fuck kind of Disney shit was he in? He appeared in several Disney productions. Disney came out with the film Westward Ho, Light in the Forest, Ernest Goes to Camp. He also appeared in Disney television projects like The First Americans for the Mickey Mouse Club. What? Ernest Goes to Camp. Cody played an old Indian chief. In The Light in the Forest, he played an Indian Kologa. In The First Americans, he hosted this Disney series for the Mickey Mouse Club, telling stories about Native Americans. We got a fucking Italian telling stories to the Mickey Mouse Club about Native Americans. Damn.
Well, that I'm nervous and I got a bad back.
200 films you've done,
I got 285 films.
285 films. Guys, that's a lot of films for just a regular actor. Do you see the psyops at play? Do you see the program at play? Do you see how he was placed in over 280 films so that he became the face of what it means to be a Native American? Whole time, man's is Italian. Spaghetti and meatballs.
85.
That's definitely more than 30.
Drinking. Did you guys used to drink together?
Cody managed to keep up this ruse throughout most of his professional career. He denied being Italian until his death. However, after he died, it was revealed that he was not a Native American at all.
Fox picked him up, took him over to Fox, and I'm over there with Fox with him, whatever. Then I went forward with him and everything. John was a guy that was.
It says Iron Eyes Cody, born Espera Oscar de Corti, April 3rd, 1904. Passed away January 4th, 1999. He was an Italian-American actor. He portrayed Native Americans in Hollywood films, famously as Chief Iron Eyes in Bob Hope's The Paleface, 1948. He also played a Native American shedding a tear about litter in one of the country's most well-known television public service announcements, Keep America Beautiful. Living in Hollywood, he began to insist, even in his private life, that he was Native American. Over time, claiming membership in several different tribes. In 1996, Cody's half-sister said that he was of Italian ancestry, but he denied it. After he passed away, it was revealed that he was of Sicilian parentage and not Native American at all. Hey, but ain't nobody gonna call him a pretendian. Ain't nobody gonna call him a wabo. But Mike can be up here with his tribal citizenship card in hand, and motherfuckers still coming up here questioning my heritage. I mean, do the folks on the res just want to be down with the white tea? Or do they just want to be down with the white tea? Because I don't ever hear them speaking critically about things like this.
An easy man to get along with, but
If he really liked you, right?
Oh yes.
But you're going to say something. Go ahead. Like what?
He liked everybody if they like him, and they got to listen to him.
This image of an American Indian has been remanufactured to appear as a European. This deception is by design.
Hey, come on. Come on. You know, this is so crazy that this image is on the screen, because I've had people come in my broadcast before and be like, Mike, I bet you your blood quantum is only 132. It's interesting how people will say things like that to me as if it's a negative. Meanwhile, you'll have the whole chief of the tribe be blood quantum 132. Bill John Baker was the chief of the Cherokee Nation, and he was only 1/32 blood quantum. So is it that you have issue with people who have low Indian blood, or is it you only have issue with Black Indians? And if you got the complexion for protection, it doesn't matter if you're 0.5% Native, they'll accept you if you look like Bill. I mean, if you look like Bill, no one's gonna question your indigeneity. No one's gonna question a thing. But if you got some melanin, oh, you're from Africa, you're from Africa, you're from Africa, you're from Africa. Oh, you're Native, you can prove it. Well, you're an African that mixed with a Native. You're from Africa, you're from Africa, you're from Africa. But Bill, hey, Bill's just the chief of the Cherokee Nation.
Beginning about 1767, some of the ancestors of the Melungeons reached the frontier New.
Mer Clean says plenty of white tea passing natives are questioned about being native. You're lying. If you guys were on the res actually auditing the tribal rolls and trying to get the descendants of the $5 Indians from amongst you, guess what? We would have heard about it. There would have been a news conference. There would have been an article. There would have been a video published on YouTube. Anything. I'm seeing videos about your guys' public emergency on the res. I haven't heard any news about you guys calling out white tea tribal members. But when I shed light on this, y'all want to get in my comment section claiming, oh no, we have issues with the white tea members. We promise, Mike, take our word for it. We're totally against them, but we don't see any evidence of that.
River area, where they are listed on tax lists of Montgomery County, Virginia in the 1780s. From there, they migrated south in the Appalachian Range to Wilkes County, North Carolina, where some are just listed as white on the 1790 census. They resided in a part that became Ashe County, where they were designated as other free in 1800. Subsequently, it would be later determined by geneticists that the Melungeon people have part Portuguese and African ancestry. Quote, the historian Valmiki notes that in ancient times, a race of people had arrived and settled in regions of Tibet. These were given the name Naga Maya. This is historical, not a myth or a legend. This same race later took its civilization to Babylonia, Acadia, Egypt, and Greece. Also, Duarte states that the Mexican solar cosmolith is almost identical to that of Egypt, and that the creation ideogram is almost identical to that of the island of Crete. James Churchward, quote, a notable fact is that we can find Mayan words in all of the languages of the world. In Japan, 20% of the Japanese language has Mayan roots. In India, a great portion of the spoken languages come without a doubt from the Maya. And all of the European languages are permeated with Maya, especially the Greek, the alphabet of which is made up of Mayan words. A Mexican Indian and a person from Japan can understand each other without the use of an interpreter. There are many common roots in both languages. End quote.
Now, there are people out there, especially in US academia, who love to dismiss the tens of thousands of artifacts showing ancient Middle Eastern languages and customs here in North America as fakes. But then how do they explain some of the Middle Eastern languages and customs, particularly Hebrew, that are still preserved among some Native American cultures? Is it just coincidence? Of course not. And I'm going to show you a few examples. Now, I'm not saying that all Native Americans have Hebrew or other Middle Eastern ancestry, but there definitely are some. Now, if you're a Native American watching this video, it may or may not apply to you, depending on what tribes are in your ancestry. If it does apply to you, I'd love to hear what you have to say. So let's get into it. I'm going to start with the name of God. Here are two columns. One column shows the name of God in Hebrew and various pronunciations of it. The other column shows various pronunciations of the name of God or Creator, as he is more often called, in various Native American cultures. Look at his name. Coincidence? No. Next, I want to show you a list of Algonquin words and phrases from a book printed in 1825 called View of the Hebrews by Ethan Smith. Now, like many books in this time period of the United States, it calls the Native Americans savages, which I don't agree with. Just because the Native American tribes had different cultures than the European settlers doesn't mean they were savages. But anyway, be prepared to see that term in old books like this. So here's a list of words and phrases from savages, which I don't agree with. Just because the Native American tribes had different cultures than the European settlers doesn't mean they were savages. But anyway, be prepared to see that term in old books like this. So here's a list of words and phrases from View of the Hebrews shown in 3 columns. The first column is in English. The second column is from Algonquin tribes originally from the eastern United States before the government took their lands and forced them onto reservations. The third column is Hebrew or Chaldaic, which are both Semitic languages. Obviously, columns 2 and 3 are spelled out with English letters so that the reader can try to pronounce them as they actually sound. Look how similar these words and phrases are that have been preserved in the Algonquin languages. Some are exact, some are near exact, others are very similar. And look at the type of words and phrases. A lot of them are biblical. This is the real deal. Linguistics like this are not coincidences or fakes. View of the Hebrews is a very informative book, and I suggest you read it. It has many more examples of language, customs, and beliefs preserved among Native Americans that tie into Middle Eastern ancestry. Another excellent book is The 10 Tribes of Israel by Timothy R. Jenkins, printed in 1883. There are many other old books like these. I'm going to give an example of an account from the 10 Tribes of Israel. It's on page 16, and I'll just read it for you here. It says, "The following is from Alexander's Messenger, published many years ago in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania." And again, this book was published in 1883, so many years ago from 1883. Anyway, it goes on to say, "A government officer stationed at Lake Superior at an early day, before any white settlers had invaded that part of the country, after becoming acquainted with a number of Indian tribes, found one tribe in possession of a copper tube, tightly soldered. And when asked what it contained, they said they were not able to tell, but they had received it from their ancestors a long time ago. The officer finally prevailed upon them to let him open the article, and when he did so, he found it filled with parchment, with inscriptions that he could not read, but by sending the parchment to Washington City, where it was examined by competent Hebrew scholars, it was declared to be part of the 5 books of Moses." So that's the first 5 books of the Bible. Here we have another link in the chain proving that Hebrews were here many years before the white man came to this continent, and that the present North American Indians are their descendants. And again, like I said earlier in this video, I'm not saying that every single Native American tribe has Hebrew ancestry in it, but there definitely are some tribes with Hebrew ancestry in them. Anyway, this book, The 10 Tribes of Israel, and also View of the Hebrews, are filled with awesome stories like this. And like I said, there's many other old books like these out there. You just got to go looking for them and read through them.
Quote from William Penn. "Their language is lofty, yet narrow, but like the Hebrew in signification, full. Like shorthand in writing, one word serveth the place of 3, and the rest are supplied by the understanding of the hearer. Imperfect in their tenses, wanting in their moods, participles, adverbs, conjunctions, interjections. I have made it my business to understand it, that I might not want an interpreter on any occasion. And I must say that I know not a language spoken in Europe that hath words of more sweetness or greatness, in accent and emphasis than theirs." End quote. Quote from The Word, Volume 17, by Harold Waldwin Percival. Quote, "As we find that the Greek language was composed of many Maya words and roots, so in the Greek temples we see embodied the religious conception of the Mayas that are likewise symbolized in the architecture of all the civilized nations of antiquity. So it has come to pass that the ancient Maya architecture culminated in that of Greece, which serves as a model for many of our public buildings." End quote. Quote, "Unless this extraordinary identity in the language, architecture, and many other things that could be enumerated, were it necessary in the present instance, be attributed to mere casual coincidence, which is most improbable, it must be admitted that in very remote ages, the Greeks and the Mayas must have been branches of the same family." End quote.
too soon to rest. He's your man. What now?
Well, I'm trying to figure out where those that took them horses of yours going to meet up with those that took your daughter. If I was an Indian,
And you ain't far from it.
here's where I head for.
Rock Bluff? Why?
Well, if I was an Indian, which I ain't, I'd rather be looking down on them that's coming than looking up.
Hey everybody, welcome to the first of my travelogue videos. This is the Johnson Humrick House Museum in Coshocton, Ohio. It's about an hour and a half east of Columbus, Ohio. So what you see here, these are called the Newark Holy Stones, and they were found in 1860 at Newark, Ohio, which is only about an hour east of Columbus. They were found in the burial grounds of an ancient mound builder civilization, which the United States calls the Hopewell civilization, who were here from about the 500s BC to about 400 AD. They were found by a man named David Wyrick and about 7 other witnesses. This first stone you're looking at here, this is nicknamed the Decalogue Stone. It was found in November of 1860 in a large burial mound. And the reason why it's called the Decalogue Stone is because it has the entire 10 Commandments inscribed on it in ancient block Hebrew letters. You'll notice there's a person carved here in the middle. It looks like he's wearing a robe and a turban on his head and holding a tablet. The letters above his head say Moshe, which means Moses. As you can see, the inscription of the 10 Commandments is all over the front, sides, and back of the stone. After the stone was discovered, when word got out about it, many people automatically dismissed it as fake because they didn't think it was possible for an ancient Hebrew artifact to be found in a North American burial mound that was a couple thousand years old. And they weren't aware that block Hebrew was a genuine written form of ancient Hebrew. They thought it was made up. Now, if you notice behind the Decalogue Stone, you have the case and the lid, which the stone was found in. And as I mentioned before, David Wyrick had witnesses with him. They dug up thousands of wagon loads of dirt and stone, and at the very bottom and center of the burial mound, they found a wood coffin. When they opened it up, there was a skeleton inside that soon crumbled to dust, as ancient skeletons often do when they're exposed to air. There was a stone found with the skeleton, and when they picked it up, they could hear rattling inside of it when they shook it. And it turns out the stone was a stone case cemented together with something inside of it. They couldn't get the case open, so they cracked it open with a shovel. And that's when they found the Decalogue Stone inside of it.
This is the Decalogue Stone with the 10 Commandments written on it on all sides of it. And this is a stone box that the Decalogue was found in.
Okay.
So when it was found, it was enclosed in this box and you couldn't even see the stone inside. The box is carved out inside exactly to fit the Decalogue Stone.
Well, who's that guy?
Well, this figure here on the front that's wearing a robe and a turban and holding either tablets or a breastplate, and over his head in these Hebrew letters it says Moshe or Moses.
Oh.
So must be Moses.
Okay, that's Moses. All right.
Who delivered the 10 Commandments.
10 Commandments. Okay, well. It seems to pass the scrutiny of the skeptics as far as the Hebrew text in the language. So now I'd like to try to add some evidence to this whole discussion. This thing is polished after it was carved. It's scratched like I would expect. Well, it fits snug.
So the box in itself took an awful lot of work. I mean, if it was really a forgery, you wouldn't go to all that much trouble to make a box for it. So I think that speaks to its authenticity, that someone really was, this is very important to someone.
This is a lot of work, and it's polished. It's got the deep.
So for anybody who is on the fence about having Mike help you or walk you through or educating you about genealogy and the genocide that has happened with the paper trail, I implore you to reach out, allow him to educate you and assist you in this process. I have learned so much in this consultation. I feel educated, empowered, and excited for learning about my history and looking forward to the future. So if you're on the fence, please go ahead, hit up Mike. I promise you will not be disappointed.
Detailing of the grooves. It wasn't made, as far as I can tell, from modern machinery. Geologically, I don't see any problems here that would make these things obvious hoaxes. So the skeptics have rejected this.
Well, that's been a factor, but Hebrew is an odd thing to find here.
The fact that it's odd doesn't mean that it's not genuine. What it boils down to is really the problem with these artifacts is that the academics don't like them because they don't fit the paradigm. And unfortunately for them, you can't dismiss things simply because you don't like them.
Right.
And so the evidence to me seems clear. There's no reason not to accept these as genuine, legitimate artifacts.
I hope you have sorrow in this over.
A well-accepted fact among Europeans during the first era of colonialization was that the Indians who lived in the Americas were Hebrew. This wasn't just apparent to the priests and missionaries that traveled with conquistadors. It was obvious through their rites and customs and languages. It was often observed that the Indians spoke language that resembled Hebrew.
World for Spain and Portugal.
He worked hard.
Work hard. He work hard.
I work hard. I get up at 4 o'clock and get my breakfast done. Just at dawn of day, I go to the field and we pick cotton.
Mr. and Mrs. Haywood Jenkins of Sharkey County, Mississippi have, between them, picked cotton for over a century.
My boss man came along. He says, Mary Jane? I said, sir. Says, I say, when you wash, I said, I washed last night. He said, I don't want you to do that no more. That's by aging, you know. Aging, you know. Aging, you know. Last night. He said, I don't want you to do that no more. That's by aging, you know. Last night. He said, I don't want you to do that no more. That's by aging, you know. I go to the field and we pick cotton.
Mr. and Mrs. Haywood Jenkins of Sharkey County, Mississippi have, between them, picked cotton for over a century.
My boss man came along. He says, Mary Jane? I said, sir. Says, I say, when you wash? I said, I washed last night. He said, I don't want you to do that no more. That's by aging, you know. He says, every Friday. Do that no more. That's by aging, you know. He says, every Friday morning or Friday evening, you wash. He said, I don't want you to do that no more.
Mr. and Mrs. Haywood Jenkins of Sharkey County, Mississippi have, between them, picked cotton for over a century.
My boss man came along. He says, Mary Jane? I said, sir. Says, I say, when you wash? I said, I washed last night. He said, I don't want you to do that no more. That's by aging, you know. He says, every Friday morning or Friday evening, you wash. And let all the children stay there with you until you get through. When you get through, then y'all go back to field and wait. Now, the agents was mean, some of them. Some of them was mean. They want to hook the colored people. And that time, the white man come along. He says, hey, but you ain't in the field yet? He just had started applying. He said, yes, I just not had to eat my dinner. God damn it, you ain't doing a goddamn thing. Says, God damn it, I ought to take this damn stick and free the hell out you. He said, no, he said, if you free the hell out of me, goddamn, I free the hell out of you. Make me feel bad if I was under them, you know, how mean they was to treat us like that.
This was subsequently proven by pre-Columbian linguists who say many of the native languages of the American continent were indeed rooted in Hebrew. Quote, "Their singing and dancing in 3 circles around their sacred fire appears to have been reference to a like religious custom of the Hebrews." End quote. The name that the people of the land used to personify the great primordial spirit was the title Yohewah, which was more completely rooted in Hebrew than the title Jah or Jehovah, since the letter J didn't exist in the original Hebrew and phonetically sounds completely different than the phonetical pronunciation of Y. Going even deeper, the people of Israel were passionately dedicated to ordinances of their fathers in recognition of a covenant they had with this great and mighty spirit. In this understood description alone, the probability of a distinct connection between the Indians and the lost tribes of Israel is all but concluded. Even the tabulation of chronology was consistent with ancient Israel, yet completely in contrast to how any other nations reckoned their calendar. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, the growing knowledge of the indigenous Indians, being the tribes of Israel, started to become a notorious rumor among many academics by the year 1832. These people, often dismissed as savages by Christians, were uncaringly exterminated as a matter of sport. And this information spread across the upper levels of society. Measures had to be taken to ensure the public would remain unaware that the Indians were indeed the lost tribes of Israel. Along with this new information grew the reluctance by some Christians to continue killing Indians and pushing them off their land. And many whom had supported the position that the Indians were savages changed their stance. But this secret information never caught wind in mainstream ideologies. And over time, the face of what would be known as an Indian or an American, from the 1832 definition, changed to what we think an American is today. There is nothing new under the sun, and this parallel history is tattooed across the facade of the American landscape. Works and histories attributed to ancient Babylon, ancient Greece, and ancient Egypt were indeed refabrications of cultures that thrived in America first. The connections between ancient Egypt and the Mayan civilization are undeniable. The histories between Egypt and Greece have long been intertwined, and the roots of those empires are steeped in the lost history of the Mayan civilization. How could the roots of ancient languages such as Greek and Hebrew have more targeted origins and use and definition in the Americas than their modernized uses in Europe? At what point did Europeans realize the Americans fathered their entire history and that their illustrious narrative was a concocted forgery designed to promote white supremacy? The smartest of them quite possibly had already known the secret of the ages and likely cooperated alongside the machine of deceit to further suppress the truth. This suppression of the truth would be enacted on a massive scale, and great lengths were exhibited in order to conceal the historical significance of the land given the purposely mislabeled designation, the New World. The elimination of pre-Columbian American achievements were of the utmost importance to the invading heathens. Let's destroy everything they created, enslave them, displace them from their homelands, and teach them to worship our God. and whip away their native tongue. And all while we do these things, we will steal their land, knowledge, and achievements and claim them for our own. Let nothing be left to remind them of their fathers. If this thing be accomplished, may we rule the earth forever.
You know, this is just not a rap, as they might call it. I'm trying to really comfort my soul with this, because I want you to really believe and really feel what I'm trying to say. You see, because this is that moment in my life that I'm giving my very soul to you.
Our story will not be written by anyone but us. His story has confounded nations into servitude. Their story began when ours ended. That story will end when ours continues again. Until then, we diligently prepare for truth to reside in our hands, that we may understand the cause behind our calamity. The transgression behind the cause falls at our feet. A debt was to be paid at the cost of our freedom. Our freedom never dwelt within the hands of the heathen. But in their words we became corrupted, and in their laws we grew wicked, and in their ways we strayed. So far away, wisdom vanished into the wilderness of wickedness. Stones and idols, swine and serpents, scribes and pens, schemes of treachery, consciousness of beasts. Blood of another kind, seeds of repudiation. We were warned of this, and we took no heed. to our scholars or our teachers. The land was defiled long before they came. What role did we play in our own demise? Once we recognize the consequences of our past iniquities, the reality of our situation becomes more clear. In a land once ruled by our fathers, we have become servants to a nation of foreigners. Those foreigners have disguised themselves as every nation on the face of the earth, including our own. They would like us to believe that we are all the same, but they know this isn't true. So why do you subscribe to their madness? Their intentions are neither wise nor righteous. Their words are deceptive and their compass immoral. Their fear is our only salvation. The truth.
They don't want us to be who we're supposed to be, but we are who we are, and that's the way that it's going to be. They don't want you seeking for the truth, and it's hard to find it hidden right in front of you. Oh, and they're showing us to fight through every struggle. Never ever let them put you in a bubble, and the brimstone will rain from our fire. Tell me if that is what you They want control of me, and they want control over me. Over me. We'll keep on surviving. They keep on fighting us down, but we'll keep on surviving. Keep on surviving. Keep on surviving. We'll keep on surviving. Keep on surviving. They keep on fighting us down.
That same bullet killed a Mumba. That same bullet stole Fred Hampton's thunder. That same bullet put Sam Cooke 6 feet under. That same bullet took Medgar Evers out. Bobby, another Kennedy, split the nation of Islam up into enemies. That same bullet traumatized would-be men, turned would-be revolutionaries into Barbie and Ken. That saltpeter in the heater. We lost so many leaders. Many niggas turned automatons, afraid to get shot down like Malcolm X in the Autobahn. That same bullet took so much young black potential just because they're black. They're perceived as a threat and containing that power in a premature death. Some just walk down the street, some for resisting arrest, some at home in their bed, some just for taking a breath, or for daring a dream, or for having success. This construct is tricky, it was made for a few. If you don't hold your peace, they'll come after you too. That same bullet is for population control, and we'll all have to face that dark night of the soul. If you gonna walk with your soul, if you haven't been told, you're gonna have to have faith. It's calculated and cold. That same bullet tries to control the appeal of men like Huey Newton and his man Bobby Seale. That same bullet even shot at Bob Marley for preaching one love is a single authority. And that bullet doesn't have to be literal. They'll try to take a man down just for being political. Assassinate character with the click of their thumbs like a gun to make the people go deaf, blind, and dumb. So overcome to be content with the crumbs. I keep reminding my sons that's how business gets done, and reminding my daughters to watch for verbal assassins. Should they decide not to cash in, they like puppets, they control the strings, levers, and pulleys. And if seduction don't work, then they'll be back to bullying.
Control, 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 control. They want control of me, and they want control over me. Control, 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 control. They want control of me, and they want control over me. Over me. We'll keep on surviving. Keep on surviving. They keep on fighting us down, but we'll keep on surviving. Keep on surviving. Keep on surviving. We'll keep on surviving. Keep on surviving. They keep on fighting us down. together in any weather. Coming in from the cold, so I got my sweater. Oh, and if you feel alone, we can make it better. Oh, make it better. Now we're running, now we're running, now we're running, now we're running, running to a resolution. We're running, we're running, we're running, we're running, running through the revolution. Oh, we're running, oh, we're running, oh, we're running to a solution. And while you're dreams come to fruition, we'll be running to a solution. And I'll be marching for your freedom. Y'all know my people need them. And we're just revolutionaries. So the team we have to carry, no matter where you come from. We are gonna make the fire burn, all the blood are gonna run. And there's way too much war going on in these streets. I just want to give all the kids food to eat. And it's a cycle of bloodshed and tears. Couldn't amount to your biggest fears. But I'm watching the way that y'all we did. Oh, oh. And we're running now, we're running now, we're running now, we're running, running to a resolution. We're running, we're running, we're running, we're running, running through the revolution. Oh, we're running, oh, we're running, oh, we're running to a solution. And while your dreams come to fruition, we'll be running to a solution, giving joy to glory. Oh, oh, that's the only story. And we're doing joy, that's the only glory. We are telling them we're getting no laboratory. Oh, 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 and your blessings will fall down. Oh, 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 and your blessings will fall down. Oh, blessings of the highest we see. And with your grace, we can do it properly. Highest of the frequencies. And with your grace, we can do it properly. And we're running now, we're running now, we're running now, we're running, running to it. We're running, we're running, we're running, we're running, running through the revolution. Oh, we're running, oh, we're running, oh, we're running to a solution. Why the dreams come to fruition? Oh, we'll be running to a solution. Running to a solution. solution. Oh, we're running. Oh, we're running. And we can be together in any weather. Coming in from the cold, so I got my sweater. Oh, and if you feel alone, we can make it better. Oh, make it better. Now we're running, now we're running, now we're running, now we're running, running to a resolution. We're running, we're running, we're running, we're running, running through the revolution. Oh, we're running, oh, we're running, oh, we're running to a solution. And while your dreams come to fruition, we'll be running to a solution. And I'll be marching for your freedom. Y'all know my people need them. And we're just revolutionaries. So the thing we have to carry, no matter where you come from. We are gonna make the fire burn, all the blood I got run. And there's way too much war going on in these streets. I just want to give all the kids food to eat. And it's a cycle of bloodshed and tears. Couldn't amount to your biggest fears. But I'm watching the way that y'all we did. Oh, oh. And we're running, now we're running, now we're running, now we're running, running to a resolution. We're running, we're running, we're running, we're running, running through the revolution. Oh, we're running, oh, we're running, oh, we're running to a solution. And while your dreams come to fruition, we'll be running to a solution, giving joy to glory. Oh, oh, that's the only story. And we're doing joy, that's the only glory. We are telling you we're getting a laboratory. Oh, 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 and your blessings will fall down. Oh, 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 and your blessings will fall down. Oh, oh, blessings of the highest we see. And with your grace, we can do it properly. Highest of the frequencies. And with your grace, we can do it properly. And we're running now, we're running now, we're running now, we're running, running to it. We're running, we're running, we're running, we're running, running through the revolution. Oh, we're running, oh, we're running, oh, we're running to a solution. Oh, I agree. Running to a solution. Overrunning through the revolution. And what your dreams come to fruition. Revolution.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British men. Quite frankly, you was kings, Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners. Raised up the children to worship their images. Set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them. And this shit get way deeper than your pigment.